What's going on, everyone? It's Monkey DFIC here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if GOLD, Roger never surrendered? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The King's Gambit Marine Base G-13 stood like a fortress on the moonlit island, searchlights sweeping across the choppy waters. Inside, Lieutenant Commander Risco paced the command center, his boots clicking against the polished floor. "Sir, all security protocols are at maximum. The Pirate King won't get within 10 miles of this facility." Risco nodded sharply. "He better not. This intelligence is too valuable." The Marine technicians hunched over their monitors, scanning radar displays that showed nothing but clear seas. None of them noticed the slight distortion in the air just beyond the base's eastern wall. "Conqueror's hockey working like a charm, Captain." Rayleigh's voice was barely a whisper as he crouched beside Roger. "Guards are walking right past us." Roger grinned, his mustache twitching with excitement. Blood trickled from his nose, but he wiped it away before anyone noticed. "Not bad for a dying man, eh?" "Don't joke about that," Rayleigh muttered. The Pirate King's crew, 20 of his most trusted men, huddled in the darkness. Scopper Gabon tested the edge of his battle-axe with his thumb. Crocus checked his medical bag for the 100th time. Young Shanks and Buggy fidgeted nervously at the back of the group. "Remember," Roger said, "we're here for the navigation charts and the coded files. Nothing else. No unnecessary fighting." "Tell that to the Marines," Douglas Bullet rumbled, cracking his knuckles. Roger's eyes gleamed. 3 minutes until the diversion. Weapons ready. On the western shore, exactly 3 minutes later, a series of explosions lit up the night sky. Marines shouted in alarm, boots thundering across concrete as they rushed to respond. "Now!" Roger barked. The legendary pirates moved like shadows, scaling the wall and dropping into the compound. 2 guards spotted them, but before they could shout, Roger appeared between them, moving faster than seemed possible for a man his size. "Evening, gentlemen." His smile was friendly even as he knocked their heads together with a dull thunk. "Sweet dreams." They slipped through a side entrance, taking out security systems as they went. Rayleigh moved ahead, his observation hockey mapping the building's interior. "Intelligence vault is 2 floors down. Heavily guarded." Roger nodded. "Just how I like it." They encountered the first real resistance at the stairwell, a squad of Marines led by a lieutenant with a scar across his face. "It's Roger." "Sound the man's voice cut off as Rayleigh's hand clamped over his mouth. The fight was brief but violent. The Oro Jackson's crew moved with the coordination of men who had sailed together for decades. No wasted movements, no hesitation. "Captain," Crocus said when it was over, eyeing the blood on Roger's sleeve, "you're pushing too hard." "No choice," Roger replied, wiping his blade. "We're on borrowed time." They reached the intelligence vault to find it sealed behind a massive steel door. Roger examined it for a moment, then stepped back. "Bullet, would you do the honors?" Douglas Bullet's muscles bulged as he gripped the door. Metal groaned and security alarms blared as he literally tore the vault door from its hinges. Inside, rows of filing cabinets and a central terminal awaited. Roger pointed to different sections. "Rayleigh, take communications. Scopper, defense schematics. Crocus, with me." As they ransacked the intelligence vault, Shanks and Buggy stood guard at the door. "This is insane," Buggy whispered. "We should have just found a nice island to hide out on until the captain." Shanks elbowed him. "Shut up. The captain knows what he's doing." Buggy's eyes widened as he looked down the corridor. Shanks." A dozen Marines rounded the corner, led by Lieutenant Commander Risco himself. The young officer's eyes blazed with recognition. The Pirate King's brats. He drew his sword. Take them alive. Shanks drew his saber, grinning despite the odds. Captain. Company's coming. Inside the vault, Roger moved with desperate purpose, scanning documents and stuffing others into his coat. Found it, he called, holding up a weathered chart. The Marine surveillance routes for the Calm Belt. Rayleigh appeared at his side with a locked metal case. And I've got the cipher codes. Time to go. Roger nodded, but suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. Blood spattered on the floor. Captain. Crocus was at his side instantly, steadying him. I'm fine, Roger growled, straightening up. Just a reminder to hurry. They emerged from the vault to find Shanks and Buggy holding their own against the Marines, the two apprentices fighting back to back, covering each other's blind spots. Not bad, boys. Roger called, before unleashing a wave of Conqueror's hockey that dropped half the Marines instantly. Lieutenant Commander Risco staggered but remained standing, his face contorted with effort. So it's true. The power to dominate others' wills. Roger approached him, studying the young officer. You've got spirit, kid. What's your name? Lieutenant Commander Risco, he spat. And I'll be the one to bring you in, Pirate King. Roger laughed, the sound echoing off the walls. I like your conviction. But not today. He moved so fast that none of them saw the actual blow, only Risco suddenly crumpling to the floor, unconscious. Let's move. Roger ordered. Our diversion won't last much longer. They fought their way back through the base, alarms wailing around them. Marines poured in from every direction, but none could stand before Roger's crew. As they reached the outer wall, Roger paused, looking back at the chaos they'd created. For a moment, his expression turned somber. Captain? Rayleigh asked. Roger shook his head. Just thinking that I would have made a terrible Marine. Rayleigh chuckled despite himself. The worst. They escaped into the night, racing toward the hidden cove where the Oro Jackson waited. The legendary ship, painted with the skull and crossbones that struck fear into the hearts of sailors worldwide, was prepared for immediate departure. As they climbed aboard, Roger turned to his crew. Set sail. Southeast, full speed. The Oro Jackson slipped away from the island just as Marine battleships appeared on the horizon. By dawn, they were nothing but a speck in the distance, Roger's laughter carried away on the wind. 3 days later, the Oro Jackson dropped anchor in a hidden cove surrounded by mist-shrouded cliffs. The kind of place not on any map, exactly how Roger liked it. In his cabin, Roger spread the stolen documents across his desk. Rayleigh and Crocus stood on either side, their expressions grim. These confirm what we suspected, Roger said, tapping a confidential report. The world government is moving the ancient weapon. They're afraid I might try to find it after what we discovered at Laugh Tale. And are you? Rayleigh asked quietly. Roger's laugh was sharp. They're right to be afraid, but for the wrong reasons. He looked up at his first mate. I don't want the weapon. I want the world to know the truth. Crocus cleared his throat. Captain, about your condition. How long? Roger asked bluntly. The treatments are helping, but... Crocus hesitated. 6 months. Maybe a year if you rest. A year of rest or 6 months of living, Roger mused. Not much of a choice. He stood suddenly, energized. Call the crew together. They need to hear this directly from me. An hour later, the entire crew gathered on deck. Roger stood before them, his coat billowing in the sea breeze, the sun setting behind him in a blaze of orange and gold. My friends, he began, his voice carrying across the ship. For years we've sailed together, chased adventure together, fought and bled together. He paused, looking at each face. And now I've got some news to share. The crew grew utterly silent. I'm dying. Roger said it plainly, without self-pity. Some kind of incurable disease, according to our good doctor. Murmurs and gasps rippled through the crew. Shanks and Buggy exchanged horrified glances. The Marines know about it, Roger continued. They've been watching my movements, expecting me to surrender peacefully or fade away on some island. His grin turned fierce. But that's not my style, is it? Hell no, someone shouted, and others joined in. Roger raised his hand for silence. I could have maybe a year, but only if I retire and rest. Or I could have 6 months of really living. He pounded his fist against the railing. And I choose those 6 months. Rayleigh stepped forward. What are you planning, Roger? The Pirate King's eyes gleamed with purpose. You all know what we found at Laugh Tale. The truth about the Void Century, the ancient weapons, the founding of the world government, all of it. A truth they've killed to keep hidden for 800 years. He paced the deck, energy radiating from him. I was content to let that truth wait for someone worthy to discover it again. But now. He stopped, facing them squarely. Now I'm going to tear down the walls they've built and let that truth flood the world. Shocked silence greeted his words. That's suicide, Scopper Gabon said bluntly. The entire world government would come after us. They're coming anyway, Roger replied. But this way, we choose the battlefield. We choose how this story ends. How exactly do you plan to broadcast this truth? Rayleigh asked, arms folded. Roger grinned. That's where our stolen intelligence comes in. There's a global broadcast system the world government uses for emergencies. If we can access it, we can tell the world everything at once. And then what? Crocus demanded. Even if you succeed, what happens next? Revolution, Roger said simply. The kind of change that only comes once every century. The world government has maintained power through lies and fear. Once people know the truth. He spread his hands. The world decides its own fate. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the magnitude of what Roger proposed settling over them. I won't order any of you to follow me into this, Roger said solemnly. Anyone who wants to leave can take their share and go. No hard feelings. Douglas Bullet laughed harshly. And missed the greatest battle of all time. Not a chance, Captain. One by one, the crew voiced their support, until even the most hesitant were nodding along. Only Rayleigh remained silent, his expression unreadable. Later, as the crew dispersed to their duties, Rayleigh found Roger at the bow, staring out at the darkening sea. You really want to bring down the whole system before you go, Rayleigh said, not a question. Roger didn't turn. I want to give the next generation a fighting chance, Ray. The world government, the celestial dragons, they've had their boot on the world's throat for too long. And what about Rouge? Roger tensed. What about her? Don't play dumb, Rayleigh said sharply. You've been visiting Batarilla between voyages for years. The crew isn't blind. A small smile touched Roger's lips. She's remarkable, isn't she? Too good for a dying pirate. She deserves to know. I'll tell her, Roger promised. We're heading to South Blue next. I'll tell her everything. Rayleigh sighed heavily. This plan of yours, it's going to change everything. That's the idea. Roger turned, moonlight illuminating his face. The question is, are you with me? I can't do this without my right hand. Rayleigh's hesitation lasted only seconds. Until the end, Captain. Whatever that looks like. They clasped forearms, a gesture that held the weight of their decades together. Get some rest, Rayleigh said. Doctor's orders. Roger nodded, but as Rayleigh walked away, he turned back to the sea, his thoughts already racing ahead to the battles to come. Dawn painted the waters of South Blue gold as the Oro Jackson approached Batarilla. The island was a paradise of white beaches and swaying palm trees, far from the usual pirate haunts. Roger stood at the helm, freshly shaved and wearing his least ragged coat. Shanks sidled up beside him, trying to appear casual. "So, Captain, who exactly are we visiting?" Roger chuckled. "Curious, aren't you? Let's just say there's someone special here." "A woman?" Buggy blurted, appearing from nowhere. "The most beautiful and dangerous woman in South Blue," Roger confirmed, his expression softening. "Port Gas de Rouge." The Oro Jackson anchored offshore, and Roger took a small boat to the beach alone, ignoring Crocus's muttered concerns about his health. He knew exactly where to go, a small house set back from the village, surrounded by flowering bushes. He knocked once, then twice, then 3 times rapidly, their old signal. The door opened to reveal a woman with strawberry blonde hair and fierce eyes that widened in surprise before narrowing in mock anger. 3 months without a word, Roger. I should slam this door in your face. Instead, she pulled him inside and into a kiss that left both of them breathless. "I missed you too," he laughed. Rouge's kitchen was bright and airy, filled with the scent of fresh bread. She poured coffee and studied his face as they sat at her small table. "You look tired," she said bluntly. "What's wrong?" Roger had rehearsed this conversation a dozen times on the voyage, but now the words stuck in his throat. "I've got some news," he finally managed. She listened without interrupting as he told her about his illness, about Laugh Tale, about his plan to challenge the world government directly. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. "How long have you known?" she asked finally. "About my illness?" "A few months." Rouge's fist hit the table, rattling the cups. "Months? And you're only telling me now?" "I needed time to come to terms with it myself," Roger admitted. "And I wasn't sure you'd want to be tied to a dying man." Her expression softened. "Idiot. I've been tied to you since the day we met." She reached across the table to take his hand. "So what now? You sail off to start your revolution while I wait here?" "I came to say goodbye," Roger said quietly. "What I'm planning? It's going to make me the most hunted man in history. Anyone connected to me will be in danger." Rouge laughed, the sound both bitter and amused. "That's sweet, Roger. Misguided, but sweet." She stood, crossing to a cabinet where she retrieved a well-worn dagger. "I'm coming with you." "Rouge, save it." Her eyes flashed. "I'm not some delicate flower who needs protection. I fought beside you before, or have you forgotten Sabaody?" Roger hadn't forgotten. Rouge had saved his life that day, taking down 3 vice admirals with her uncanny speed and precision. Before they'd parted ways, he'd asked why she didn't join his crew permanently. "Because I need my own path," she'd answered. "But that doesn't mean our paths can't cross now and then." Now, watching her pack her essential belongings with swift efficiency, Roger felt something he hadn't expected: relief. The thought of facing his final days with Rouge by his side lightened something in his chest. "The crew will be surprised," he said, attempting humor. Rouge shot him a look. "No, they won't. They've known about us for years. Am I that transparent? Like glass." She tied her hair back and secured her dagger at her hip. "Now, tell me more about this broadcast plan. It sounds like you need someone who can infiltrate high-security locations without being noticed." Roger grinned. "That would be helpful, yes. Good thing you've got me, then." When they returned to the Oro Jackson together, the crew tried to act surprised and failed miserably. Rayleigh welcomed Rouge with a knowing smile, and even Crocus seemed relieved by her presence. "She'll keep him in line," the doctor muttered to Rayleigh. "Maybe even make him take his medicine." Rouge integrated seamlessly into the crew, as if she'd always been there. That night, as the ship set sail for the Grand Line, Roger found her at the stern, watching Batarilla disappear over the horizon. Having second thoughts, he asked, joining her. She shook her head. Just saying goodbye to peace and quiet. She turned to face him, her expression determined. If we're going to do this, challenge the world government, expose their secrets, we need allies. Powerful ones. I've been thinking about that, Roger admitted. My old rival might be convinced to join the cause. Whitebeard. Rouge raised an eyebrow. That's ambitious. Go big or go home, right? Roger grinned, then grew serious. There's something else we need to discuss. If something happens to me, Rouge pressed her fingers to his lips. Don't. We have to be practical, he insisted gently. If I don't make it to the broadcast, someone needs to carry on. You and Rayleigh, you'll make it, she said fiercely. But if it makes you feel better, yes, I'll carry your mission forward if necessary. She leaned against him. Just don't make it necessary. They stood together, watching the stars emerge above the darkening sea. Neither mentioned the future beyond the next few months. Some truths were too painful to voice aloud. Marine headquarters bustled with activity as dawn broke over Marineford. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp marched through the corridors, ignoring salutes from junior officers. His mind was focused on the urgent summons he'd received, not from Fleet Admiral Kong, but from above. The Gorosei wanted to see him personally. In all his years of service, that had happened exactly twice. The secure Den Mushi connection was established in Kong's office. The Fleet Admiral himself stood at attention as the snail's eyes opened, revealing the stern faces of the 5 elders who ruled the world from the shadows. Vice Admiral Garp, the oldest of them, spoke without preamble. You have a personal connection to GOLD, Roger. It wasn't a question. Garp scowled. We've fought many times, if that's what you mean. More than that, another elder said. You've been known to speak with him outside of battle. Some would even call it a friendship. Garp's expression darkened. I respect him as a warrior. That doesn't mean I won't bring him to justice. That's precisely why we've contacted you, the first elder continued. Roger's recent activities have become concerning. The raid on G-13 was just the beginning. Kong handed Garp a folder. Intelligence reports from across the Grand Line. Roger's been making contact with known revolutionary elements. Garp flipped through the documents, his frown deepening. This doesn't sound like Roger. He's never been interested in politics. Something has changed, the third elder said. Our sources indicate he's dying. Garp's head snapped up. What? An incurable disease. He has months at most. The elder leaned forward. A dying man with nothing to lose is dangerous enough. A dying pirate king with the knowledge he possesses is catastrophic. What knowledge? Garp demanded. The 5 elders exchanged glances. That's classified at the highest level, Kong interjected. All you need to know is that Roger must be captured immediately. Vice Admiral Garp, the eldest Gorosei, spoke again. We are assigning you to lead this mission personally. Use whatever resources you require. Roger trusts you. Use that. And if he resists? Garp asked, already knowing the answer. Then eliminate the threat, came the cold reply. For the sake of the world. The transmission ended, leaving Garp standing rigid in Kong's office. You know something's wrong when they're this nervous, Garp muttered. Kong sighed heavily. Roger's stirring up trouble across the Grand Line. Revolutionary armies are mobilizing. Even some of our own kingdoms are getting restless. He fixed Garp with a hard stare. Whatever Roger found at Laugh Tale, the Gorosei are terrified he'll share it. And will he? Intelligence suggests he's planning something big. That's why we need you, Garp. You understand how he thinks. Garp turned toward the window, gazing out at the sea. Yeah, I do. And that's what worries me. Within the hour, Garp had assembled a task force of elite Marines. His battleship, the fastest in the fleet, was stocked and ready for immediate departure. As they prepared to set sail, a young officer approached, Lieutenant Commander Risco, his uniform pristine despite the bandage still visible on his temple. Vice Admiral Garp. Request permission to join your task force, sir. Garp studied the eager officer. You're the one Roger knocked out at G-13, aren't you? Risco flushed but held his ground. Yes, sir. I want another chance to face him. This isn't about personal vendettas, boy. It's not about that, sir, Risco insisted. I've studied Roger's tactics, his crew, his ship capabilities. I can help. Garp considered him for a moment, then nodded curtly. Fine. But follow orders exactly. Roger's not someone you want to underestimate twice. As the Marine battleship pulled away from Marineford, Garp stood at the bow, his mind racing. Kong's words echoed in his thoughts, whatever Roger found at Laugh Tale. What had his old rival discovered that could frighten the rulers of the world so badly? And what was Roger planning to do with that knowledge before his time ran out? The new world seas churned beneath the Oro Jackson as it cut through massive waves. Roger stood on deck, feeling the spray on his face, savoring the wild freedom of these waters. Rayleigh approached, a concerned look on his face. Marine movements have increased across all sectors. They're hunting us specifically. Good, Roger said with a grin. Keeps things interesting. This is serious, Roger. Their response is unprecedented. Whatever intelligence they have about our plans has them terrified. Rouge joined them, maps in hand. The world government has shifted their naval patterns. They're creating a blockade around Mariejois and the Red Line. Roger studied the maps. They think we're heading straight for the top. Not a bad guess. He traced a different route with his finger. But first, we need to gather our allies. Starting with Whitebeard? Rayleigh asked. Roger nodded. According to our intelligence, his fleet is near Sphinx Island. We'll intercept him there. As they changed course, Roger felt another coughing fit building in his chest. He excused himself and hurried to his cabin, barely making it before blood splattered into his handkerchief. Crocus entered without knocking, his medical bag already open. Your medicine, Captain. Roger grimaced at the bitter liquid but drank it without complaint. How much longer will these treatments be effective? Crocus's expression was grim. They're just buying time. And the more you push yourself, the less time they buy. Fair enough. Roger wiped his mouth. Just keep me on my feet until we finish this. Rouge asked me about your condition earlier, Crocus said carefully. She's worried. Roger sighed. She shouldn't have come. Not with what's ahead of us. Try telling her that. Crocus packed away his supplies. She's as stubborn as you are. A knock at the door interrupted them. Shanks poked his head in, eyes wide with excitement. Captain. Marine ship spotted on the horizon. A whole fleet. Roger was on his feet instantly, the illness forgotten. How many? 5 battleships. And sir. Shanks hesitated. The lead ship is flying Vice Admiral Garp's flag. A slow smile spread across Roger's face. Garp himself, eh? Now that's a proper welcoming committee. He strode back to the deck, where the crew was already preparing for battle. Rouge stood with Rayleigh, both scanning the approaching Marine fleet. 5 ships, heavily armed, Rayleigh reported. They'll be in range in 20 minutes. Roger studied the formation through his spyglass. Something's off. This isn't Garp's usual approach. He's hurting us. Rouge frowned. Toward what? The answer came moments later as Buggy shouted from the crow's nest, Captain. More ships at the starboard quarter. They were hiding behind that fog bank. Roger's expression hardened. A pincer movement. Clever old Garp. He turned to his crew. Battle stations. Scopper, man the helm. Bullet, prepare the cannons. Rayleigh, with me. The Oro Jackson surged forward, directly toward Garp's flagship. Marines on deck could be seen scrambling to battle positions, clearly surprised by the pirate ship's aggressive approach. They expected us to run, Rouge observed. Then let's really confuse them, Roger replied with a wink. Instead of opening fire, the Oro Jackson veered at the last moment, running parallel to Garp's ship. Close enough that Roger could see his old rival standing on deck, arms crossed. Roger cupped his hands around his mouth. JRP. Long time no see, old friend. Garp's thunderous voice carried across the water. Surrender, Roger. You're surrounded. Surrounded? Or exactly where I want to be. Roger laughed uproariously. Come on, JRP. You know me better than that. A cannon shot from one of the other marine vessels whistled past the Oro Jackson's bow, a warning. Roger turned to Rayleigh. Ready? Rayleigh nodded grimly. On your signal. Roger raised his hand, waiting for the precise moment when all the marine ships had committed to their attack positions. Then he brought it down sharply. Now. Several things happened at once. The Oro Jackson's hidden weapons systems deployed, targeting the marine ship's rudders and sails rather than their hulls. Simultaneously, Rayleigh and several other crew members with developed observation hockey focused their abilities, creating a momentary disorientation among the marine forces. In the confusion, Roger unleashed a controlled burst of Conqueror's hockey, not aiming to knock out enemies but to disrupt the coordination of the marine attack. The effect was chaos. Marine ships collided as helmsmen lost control, cannons fired wild, missing their targets entirely. Full speed ahead. Roger commanded. Thread the needle between the flagship and the second vessel. The Oro Jackson shot forward, slipping between two massive battleships before either could correct course to intercept. On Garp's flagship, the Vice Admiral watched with grudging admiration as the pirate ship executed the perfect escape maneuver. Damn you, Roger, he muttered. Always one step ahead. Lieutenant Commander Risco rushed to his side. Sir. They're escaping. Should we pursue? Garp studied the horizon thoughtfully. No. That was too easy. His eyes narrowed. He wanted us to chase him. Which means it's a trap. He turned sharply. Signal the fleet to hold position. Roger's up to something, and I aim to figure out what. Miles away, as the Oro Jackson sped toward the sheltered waters near Sphinx Island, Roger laughed with genuine delight. Did you see their faces? Priceless. Rayleigh shook his head. We got lucky. Luck had nothing to do with it, Rouge said, joining them at the rail. But Garp will figure out we wanted to escape in this direction. He knows you too well. Roger's smile faded. You're right. He'll be right behind us once he realizes we're heading for Whitebeard. He turned to Rayleigh. We need to move faster. Have Crocus prepare my special medicine. Roger, Rayleigh protested, that mixture is dangerous. It strains your heart. I need to be at full strength when we meet Whitebeard, Roger insisted. He won't respect anything less. Rayleigh reluctantly nodded and went to find the doctor. Rouge stayed behind, her eyes searching Roger's face. You're pushing too hard, she said softly. No choice. Roger's gaze was fixed on the horizon. Everything has to happen now, while I still can. He touched her hand briefly. While I still have the strength to protect those I care about. Rouge's expression softened. Just remember you're not alone in this fight. I know. Roger's voice dropped to a whisper. That's what scares me most. The Oro Jackson reached Sphinx Island by nightfall, anchoring in a hidden cove on the far side from where Whitebeard's massive fleet was gathered. Roger ordered minimal lights and a skeleton watch crew. We rest tonight, he announced. Tomorrow, we face Whitebeard. In their cabin, Rouge found Roger studying the strange poneglyph rubbings they'd collected at Laugh Tale. His face was drawn with fatigue, but his eyes burned with intensity. The final piece, he murmured. The broadcast system. It's the only way to reach everyone at once. Rouge sat beside him, examining the ancient text. And you're sure this revolution is what the world needs? Not everyone wants their comfortable lives disrupted, Roger. Comfortable? Roger looked up sharply. The world under the celestial dragons isn't comfortable for most. It's oppressive. The things we saw at Laugh Tale. He shook his head. The truth needs to be known. I'm not disagreeing, Rouge said gently. I just want to be sure you've thought about what comes after. Tearing down a corrupt system is one thing. Building something better is another. Roger was silent for a long moment. Maybe that's not my role. Maybe I'm just meant to light the fuse. And leave others to deal with the explosion. Rouge's voice held no judgment, just quiet questioning. Roger didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was rough with emotion. I won't be here to see what grows from the ashes, Rouge. That's the hardest part. She took his hand, her grip fierce. Then make sure what you leave behind is worth the cost. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Roger stood on the deck of the Oro Jackson, watching as his small contingent of officers prepared to accompany him to Whitebeard's flagship. Only Roger, Rayleigh, Rouge, and Scopper Gaban would go, the rest would remain with the ship, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Crocus approached, handing Roger a small vial of dark liquid. This will keep the symptoms at bay for about 6 hours. No longer. Roger downed it in one gulp, grimacing at the taste. 6 hours should be enough. They took a small boat around the island's curve. Whitebeard's massive fleet came into view, 15 ships anchored in formation around the Moby Dick, his flagship. The sheer display of force would have intimidated most pirates. Roger merely smiled appreciatively. Always did know how to make an impression, Edward. As they approached, Lookout spotted them immediately. The Whitebeard pirates rushed to battle stations, but no cannons fired. Word of their identity had clearly spread through the fleet. They reached the Moby Dick and were permitted to board, climbing the rope ladder to find dozens of wary pirates watching their every move. At the center of the deck stood Edward Newgate himself, Whitebeard, towering over everyone, his massive bicento resting casually against his shoulder. Roger, he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. Bold of you to come here. The Marines are hunting you more actively than usual. Roger grinned, approaching his old rival without hesitation. That's why I needed to speak with you, Edward. Privately. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, then he nodded curtly. My cabin. He glanced at Roger's companions. Just you and Rayleigh. Rouge stepped forward. I come too. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, studying her. Portgas d'If, Rouge. Didn't expect to see you with this crew. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. Fine. The three of you. Inside Whitebeard's spacious cabin, maps covered the massive table, and bottles of sake lined the shelves. The giant captain settled into his chair, pouring drinks for all of them. Now talk, Roger. What's so important that the Pirate King risks his neck to find me? Roger took a long drink, then set his cup down firmly. I'm dying, Edward. Whitebeard's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. How long? Months, not years. And I'm not going quietly. Roger leaned forward, his voice intense. You know what I found at Laugh Tale. You could have gone there yourself, but you chose not to. Some truths are better left buried, Whitebeard replied evenly. Not this one. Roger stood, pacing the cabin. The world government, the void century, the ancient weapons, it's all connected. They've ruled through lies for centuries. And you want to what? Tell everyone. Whitebeard's laugh was without humor. 'Cause chaos. I want to give the world a choice, Roger countered. Right now, they don't have one. Rayleigh spoke up. We're planning to access the global broadcast system. Tell everyone at once what we discovered. Whitebeard's expression darkened. You'll start a war. The war's already coming, Rouge said quietly. The Revolutionary Army grows stronger every year. Kingdom after kingdom chafes under world government control. Roger's revelation would just accelerate the inevitable. And you want my help, Whitebeard concluded. Roger nodded. Your fleet, your influence, with you by our side, the Marines couldn't stop us. Whitebeard was silent for a long moment, studying his old rival. You always were reckless, Roger. But this. He shook his head. This goes beyond recklessness. Is that a no? Roger asked, his voice neutral. It's a warning, Whitebeard replied. The world you're trying to create might be worse than the one we have. Or better, Rouge countered. How will we know unless we try? And what about your crew? Whitebeard demanded. Are you willing to sacrifice them for this crusade? They've made their choice, Roger said firmly. Every one of them. Whitebeard stood, moving to the window to stare out at the sea. I need time to consider this, Roger. Give me until tomorrow. We might not have until tomorrow, Rayleigh warned. The Marines are close behind us. Whitebeard turned, his expression thunderous. You led them here. To my territory. Not intentionally, Roger assured him. But Garp's leading the hunt personally. He knows me too well. As if summoned by his name, a shout came from outside, ships on the horizon. Marine battleships. Whitebeard threw open the cabin door. How many? At least 10, Captain, his lookout called back. Coming in fast. Roger and Whitebeard locked eyes, a silent communication passing between them. Seems you've forced my hand, Roger, Whitebeard growled. Then, to the surprise of everyone present, he smiled slightly. Just like the old days. He turned to his crew. Battle stations. Protect the Oro Jackson's crew. No Marine sets foot on this island today. Roger grinned broadly. Does this mean you're in? It means I'm not letting Garp take you without a fight, Whitebeard corrected. After that, we'll talk. The Whitebeard pirates mobilized with impressive efficiency, their fleet forming a protective barrier around the island. The Oro Jackson's crew, seeing the approaching Marine force, raced to join their captain. From his flagship, Vice Admiral Garp observed the developing situation with a grim expression. So he's with Whitebeard, he muttered. This just got complicated. Lieutenant Commander Risco stood at attention nearby. Your orders, sir. Garp studied the pirate fleet through his spyglass, calculating the odds. Even with 10 battleships, challenging both Roger and Whitebeard simultaneously was a risky proposition. Maintain distance, he ordered finally. We'll establish a blockade. They have to leave eventually. But sir, Risco protested, our orders are to capture Roger, not start a war with 2 emperors at once, Garp snapped. Sometimes patience is the better part of valor, boy. Back on the Moby Dick, Roger and Whitebeard stood side by side, watching the Marine ships establish their blockade. Garp's smarter than most give him credit for, Whitebeard observed. He won't attack until he has better odds. Which gives us time, Roger replied. Time to convince you fully. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. You're that confident? I am. Roger's expression was serious now, all humor gone. Because I'm going to show you something I brought from Laugh Tale. Something even the world government doesn't know I have. That evening, as Marines maintained their distance and pirates kept watch, Roger revealed his most closely guarded secret to Whitebeard. What passed between them remained private, but when they emerged from Whitebeard's cabin hours later, the giant captain's face was grave. "Assemble my division commanders," he ordered his first mate. "We sail at dawn." "With Roger?" the man asked, surprised. Whitebeard nodded once. "With Roger." Word spread quickly through both crews. The alliance was formed. Whitebeard had joined Roger's final campaign. Throughout the night, pirates from both crews celebrated, sharing drinks and stories, forming bonds that would soon be tested in fire. Near midnight, Roger stood alone on the Moby Dick's bow, gazing at the distant lights of the marine blockade. Rouge found him there, wrapping a blanket around his shoulders. "You should rest," she said. "Tomorrow will be challenging." "I'll rest when I'm dead," Roger replied, then winced. Poor choice of words. Rouge leaned against him. "What did you show Whitebeard that changed his mind?" Roger was silent for a moment. "The truth about the ancient weapons. Not just what they are, but why they were created." He sighed heavily. "The world government keeps one hidden, Rouge. Has for centuries. If they ever decided to use it. Extinction," she finished for him, understanding dawning. "Precisely. That's the ultimate insurance policy of the celestial dragons. Cross them too directly, and they end everything." He turned to face her, his expression fierce in the moonlight. "That kind of power shouldn't belong to people like them." "And your broadcast? How does that help?" "Knowledge is power," Roger said simply. "If everyone knows about the weapon, they can't use it in secret anymore. Public pressure would force them to dismantle it." Rouge considered this. "Or push them to use it before they lose control." "That's the gamble," Roger admitted. "But it's one worth taking." In the pre-dawn light, both pirate fleets prepared to move. The plan was audacious. Whitebeard's ships would engage the marine blockade directly, creating a gap for the Oro Jackson to slip through. As Roger prepared to return to his own ship, Whitebeard took him aside one last time. "This changes nothing between us," the giant captain rumbled. "After this is over, if you survive, we're still rivals." Roger laughed. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Whitebeard's expression softened slightly. "Your illness, is there truly no cure?" "Not in this world," Roger replied. "But that's all right. I've lived the life I wanted." Whitebeard nodded slowly. "Then make sure your ending is worthy of the rest." "Count on it," Roger promised, clasping forearms with his old rival before departing for the Oro Jackson. As the sun crested the horizon, Whitebeard's fleet moved in perfect formation toward the marine blockade. From his flagship, Garp watched with growing concern. They're working together, he realized. "All ships, prepare for battle. They'll try to break our line." The sea erupted in cannon fire as pirates and marines clashed. Whitebeard himself stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his bicento raised. "Make way for the Pirate King," he roared, slamming the weapon down to create a massive shock wave that split the very ocean before them. In the chaos that followed, the Oro Jackson slipped through the gap in the marine formation, Roger standing tall on deck, saluting Garp as they passed his flagship. Garp spotted him and shouted across the water, "This isn't over, Roger." "I'm counting on that." Roger called back, grinning wildly. As they escaped the blockade, leaving the battle behind, Roger gathered his crew on deck. "We've won the first round," he announced. "But the real fight is just beginning. Next stop, Baltigo, to meet with the Revolutionary Army." Rayleigh approached him as the crew dispersed. Was it wise to tell Whitebeard everything? "Edward's a man of honor," Roger said confidently. "He'll keep our secrets while making sure the Marines are too busy to focus solely on us." "And if Garp follows us to Baltigo?" Roger's smile turned predatory. "Then the revolution begins sooner than planned." The Oro Jackson set course west, toward the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, while behind them, the sea continued to rage with the clash of titans. The world was shifting, alliances forming and breaking, all because one man had decided to change the course of history before his time ran out. The King's Gambit was in motion, and there would be no turning back. Chapter 2, Kingdoms and Consequences. The Oro Jackson cut through the morning fog, its red hull almost glowing against the mist. 3 weeks had passed since their confrontation with the Marines and alliance with Whitebeard. Roger stood at the helm, eyes fixed on the horizon. His face looked gaunter than before, but his eyes still burned with the same intensity. Rayleigh approached, tossing a rolled-up newspaper onto the ship's wheel. "You made the front page again." Roger unfurled it with one hand, a bark of laughter escaping his lips. The headline screamed, "Pirate King threatens global peace, Roger's madness puts world at risk." "They're getting creative," Roger mused, scanning the article. "Listen to this, sources close to the world government confirm GOLD, Roger has obtained forbidden knowledge that, if revealed, could plunge the world into unprecedented chaos." He flipped the paper toward Rayleigh. "At least they're not lying about that part. It's the rest I'm worried about." Rayleigh tapped a smaller headline, "Roger's mental decline, medical experts weigh in." "Clever," Rouge said, joining them. "Discredit the messenger before the message arrives." Roger tossed the paper aside. "Won't matter soon. Once people hear the truth, they'll know who's been lying to them for 800 years. A shout from the crow's nest interrupted them. "Land ho! Baltigo dead ahead." The Revolutionary Army's headquarters emerged from the mist, a stark white landscape of twisted rock formations and hidden valleys. No harbors welcomed visitors, the island itself was the first line of defense. "Signals from shore," Scopper Gabon reported, spyglass to his eye. "They're directing us to the western inlet." Roger nodded. "Take us in." He turned to Rayleigh. "You still think this alliance is a mistake?" "I think we're playing with fire," Rayleigh replied evenly. "The revolutionaries have their own agenda. If it aligns with ours temporarily, that doesn't make them friends." "We don't need friends," Roger said. "We need allies who can continue the fight after we're gone." Rouge shot him a sharp look at the "we," but said nothing. They anchored in a narrow inlet hidden from passing ships by towering rock formations. A group waited for them on shore, figures in hooded cloaks, their leader a tall man with tribal tattoos covering half his face. "Dragon," Roger greeted him as they disembarked. "You've grown since I last saw you." Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, didn't smile. "Roger. When my scouts reported your approach, many wanted to turn you away." His voice was deep and measured. "The Marines have tripled patrols in this sector since your escape from Garp." "My old friend is persistent," Roger acknowledged. "But we weren't followed." "So you say." Dragon turned, gesturing for them to follow. "We have much to discuss, and these shores aren't safe." They traversed a hidden path through the rock formations, eventually reaching a massive cavern converted into the revolutionaries' command center. Maps covered the walls, marked with troop movements and government facilities. Hundreds of people worked at various stations, barely glancing up as the pirates entered. In a private chamber, Dragon dismissed his guards. Only his chief of staff, a slender man with calculating eyes, remained. "This is Oswald," Dragon introduced him. "My most trusted advisor. Whatever you say to me, he can hear." Roger nodded. "Fair enough." His eyes swept the room, noting the detailed maps. "You've been busy. These revolutionary cells extend into every blue." "We've been building this network for years," Dragon confirmed. "But progress is slow. The world government's hold is too strong for gradual change. That's why I'm here." Roger leaned forward. "I'm offering you a catalyst." For the next hour, Roger outlined what he'd discovered at Laugh Tale, the true history, the void century, the ancient weapons. He explained his plan to access the global broadcast system and reveal everything to the world simultaneously. Dragon and Oswald listened without interruption, their expressions giving nothing away. When Roger finished, Dragon remained silent for a long moment. If what you're saying is true, he finally said, the fallout would be catastrophic. Governments would collapse overnight. Some deserve to, Roger countered. Agreed. But what replaces them? Dragon's eyes narrowed. Chaos benefits no one. That's where you come in, Rayleigh interjected. Your organization is positioned to guide what comes after. Dragon exchanged glances with Oswald. You're offering us the revolution we've sought, delivered in one decisive blow. With a timeline accelerated by my impending death, Roger added bluntly. I've got months, not years. This happens now or not at all. The broadcast system you seek, Oswald spoke for the first time, his voice precise, is located beneath Mariehua itself. Even with your strength and our intelligence, reaching it would be nearly impossible. Roger grinned. Impossible is just where the fun begins. Dragon stood, pacing the room. We would need to coordinate simultaneous uprisings across multiple kingdoms to divide the world government's forces. We already have Whitebeard's support, Rouge offered. And there are other powers that might join once they see which way the wind is blowing. It's not enough, Dragon decided. We need more time to prepare ourselves worldwide. Roger's fist hit the table. Time is the one thing I don't have. The outburst triggered a coughing fit. He doubled over, blood spattering onto the maps. Rouge was at his side instantly, pressing a cloth to his mouth while Rayleigh steadied him. Dragon watched impassively as Roger recovered. Your condition complicates things. It simplifies them, Roger wheezed, wiping blood from his lips. No time for half measures. We go all in. Dragon studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. 3 weeks. That's how long we need to mobilize our full network. Can your plan wait that long? Roger glanced at Crocus, who had joined them and was checking his pulse. The doctor gave a small nod. 3 weeks, Roger agreed. Not a day more. The alliance was sealed with a simple handshake, the Pirate King and the Revolutionary, united by a common enemy if not a common vision. As they prepared to leave, Dragon pulled Roger aside. My father, how did he look when you saw him? Roger smiled slightly. Garp. Angry. Determined. Torn. He studied Dragon's face. He doesn't know about your work here, does he? Some secrets are necessary, Dragon replied. Even from family. Trust me, Roger said quietly. I understand that better than most. That night, as the Oro Jackson rested in the hidden inlet, Roger sat with his closest officers in his cabin. Maps and intelligence reports from the revolutionaries covered every surface. Dragon came through, Rayleigh admitted, studying a detailed layout of Mariehua. This is information we couldn't have obtained any other way. The security around the broadcast system is immense, Scopper Gabon noted. 5 layers of cipher pole protection, plus the regular Marine Guard. Roger traced the route with his finger. We'll need a diversion. Something big enough to draw away their forces. That's where the revolutionary cells come in, Rouge said, pointing to marked locations across the world map. Simultaneous uprisings in East Blue, South Blue, and key Grand Line locations. It's a good plan, Rayleigh acknowledged. But there's still one piece missing. He tapped Mariehua on the map. Getting you inside. Even with diversions, the security around the celestial dragons is absolute. Not for someone who's already inside, Roger said meaningfully. Rayleigh frowned. What do you? His eyes widened. No. Too dangerous. What? Rouge demanded. He wants to infiltrate the Reverie, Rayleigh explained grimly. Roger grinned. The Conference of Kings, held every 4 years. Representatives from every world government-affiliated kingdom, all gathering in Mariehua. Which is scheduled to begin in exactly 18 days, Scopper added, checking the calendar. That's cutting it close, Rouge said. Dragon needs 3 weeks to mobilize. So we accelerate by a few days, Roger shrugged. Once we're inside Mariewa, we can access the broadcast system during the opening ceremony. Maximum audience worldwide. And how exactly do we get inside the most heavily guarded event in the world? Rayleigh demanded. Roger's smile widened. We don't. But our allies do. The next morning, Roger's plan took shape. Messengers departed the Oro Jackson for key destinations, kingdoms known to sympathize with pirates or chafe under world government control. Roger's name opened doors that would remain closed to others, and his reputation guaranteed at least a hearing. Alabasta has agreed to meet, Rayleigh reported, returning to the ship after sending the last messenger. King Cobra has always been a free thinker. And Dressrosa? Roger asked. Less certain. Their new king is an unknown quantity. Roger nodded thoughtfully. We need at least 3 kingdoms to back us. Any 3 with legitimate representatives at the reverie. A shout from the crow's nest interrupted them. Ship approaching. Fast. Everyone tensed, reaching for weapons, but Roger's observation hockey had already identified the visitor. Stand down, he ordered. It's a friend. The sleek vessel that approached bore no flag or marking. Its sole occupant steered with casual expertise, guiding it directly alongside the Oro Jackson without hesitation. Permission to come aboard, called a silken voice. Since when do you ask permission for anything, Shaki? Roger called back, grinning. Shikuyaku, former pirate, current information broker, and longtime friend of the Roger pirates, climbed aboard with fluid grace. Her knowing eyes took in the scene, lingering briefly on Rouge before settling on Roger. You look terrible, she told him bluntly. Always the flatterer, Roger laughed. What brings you to our humble hideout? Information, Shaki replied, producing a small package from inside her coat. Rayleigh's message reached me at Amazon Lily. Gloriosa sends her regards, by the way. She spread photographs across a barrel, surveillance images of marine movements, cipher pole agents, and world government officials. The Marines have created a special task force dedicated solely to capturing you, she explained, pointing to one image. Led by Garp, but with direct oversight from the Gorosei themselves. I'm flattered, Roger said dryly. Don't be, Shaki countered. They're also spreading rumors about your sanity. Official world government bulletins claim you've gone mad from an unspecified illness and pose a threat to global stability. They're half right, Rouge muttered. Shaki continued, but that's not the worst of it. She produced a final photograph, a blurry image of what appeared to be a massive weapon being transported under heavy guard. They're moving something from the research facility on Punk Hazard to Mariewa. Something big. Roger studied the image, his expression darkening. The timing isn't coincidental. They know we're planning something. What is it? Rayleigh asked, examining the photograph. I don't know, Shaki admitted. But my sources say it's classified at the highest level. Only the Gorosei and a handful of scientists have clearance. Roger and Rouge exchanged meaningful glances. The ancient weapon, Rouge said quietly. Roger nodded grimly. Or part of it. They're preparing their ultimate defense. The mood turned somber as the implications sank in. If they deploy that during the reverie. Rayleigh began. Then we need to move faster, Roger concluded. Shaki, can you get a message to Dragon? The timeline has changed. We move in 15 days, not 21. That won't leave much time for the revolutionary cells to prepare, Shaki warned. Better underprepared than dead, Roger replied. If the government activates that weapon, preparation won't matter. As Shaki departed with the urgent message, Roger gathered his officers again. We need to split our forces, he announced. Rayleigh, You'll take half the crew and make contact with our potential kingdom allies. Convince them to help smuggle us into the Reverie. And you? Rayleigh asked, though he already knew the answer. I'm going after that weapon, Roger said grimly. Whatever they're moving to Mariehua needs to be intercepted. That's suicide, Scopper protested. The security around a transport like that will be expecting a frontal assault, Roger finished for him. Not a small, fast strike team. He turned to Rouge. I need you with Rayleigh. Your diplomatic skills will be crucial. Rouge crossed her arms. No. Rouge, I'm coming with you, she said firmly. Rayleigh can handle the diplomacy. You'll need someone watching your back when that cough hits at the wrong moment. Roger wanted to argue but knew that stubborn look too well. Fine. But Shanks and Buggy go with Rayleigh. This mission is too dangerous for them. Actually, Rayleigh said thoughtfully, the boys might be our best asset for infiltration. No one expects children at the Reverie. Roger considered this. Good point. But they'll need training. Already working on it, Rayleigh assured him. They're smarter than they let on. The plan solidified over the next 2 days. The Oro Jackson would split into 2 groups, Rayleigh leading the diplomatic mission with half the crew, while Roger, Rouge, and a small strike team would intercept the weapon transport. On the morning of departure, Roger stood on deck, watching dawn break over Baltigo's white cliffs. Rouge joined him, resting her head against his shoulder. Second thoughts, she asked. About the mission? No. He turned to face her. About you coming along? Yes. She smiled slightly. Worried about me? Always. His hand brushed her cheek. You know, we never talk about, after. After you're gone, you mean? Her voice remained steady, though her eyes betrayed her pain. What's there to say? I'll continue the fight. Carry on your will. Roger took her hands in his. There might be more to carry on than just my will, Rouge. She stared at him, confusion turning to realization. What are you saying? Crocus noticed changes in your health. Nothing bad, he added quickly. Just, different. Rouge's hand moved unconsciously to her stomach. That's not possible. We've been careful. Apparently not careful enough. His voice softened. He's not certain yet. But the signs are there. Rouge stepped back, processing this new information. If I am. It changes things. It changes everything, Roger agreed. Which is why you should stay with Rayleigh's group. It's safer. No, she said firmly. If anything, this makes it more important that I stay with you. We finish this together, Roger. Her eyes met his fiercely. For all our futures. Their moment was interrupted by Crocus calling from below deck. Captain. It's time for your treatment. Roger sighed. Duty calls. He squeezed Rouge's hands once more. We'll talk more about this later. She nodded, watching him descend below deck, her own hand now resting protectively over her abdomen. The possibility she might be carrying Roger's child hadn't fully registered yet, a future taking shape even as the present rushed toward its climax. The Oro Jackson split 3 days later at a remote island in the New World. Rayleigh's group would sail east toward Alabasta, while Roger's team transferred to a smaller, faster vessel better suited for their interception mission. 2 weeks, Roger reminded his first mate as they prepared to separate. We meet at the rendezvous point outside Mariehua, no matter what. Rayleigh nodded, clasping his captain's arm. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Roger laughed. That still leaves me plenty of options. That's what worries me, Rayleigh replied with a wry smile. He lowered his voice. Are you sure about this weapon? We're operating on limited intelligence. I've seen what it can do, Roger said soberly. In the records at Laugh Tale. If even half of it has been reconstructed, it could devastate entire islands. Nearby, Rouge was giving final instructions to Shanks and Buggy. Remember, at the reverie, your page is serving the Alabastan delegation, she told them. Keep your eyes open and your mouths shut. No adventures. Yes, ma'am, they chorused, though Buggy's fingers were already crossed behind his back. Shanks looked up at her seriously. We won't let you down. Rouge smiled, ruffling his red hair. I know you won't. As the crews separated, Roger stood at the helm of their sleek interceptor vessel, watching the Oro Jackson grow smaller on the horizon. Beside him, Rouge studied the navigation charts. The weapon transport will take the Calm Belt route, she said. Less traffic, more controlled environment. And more Sea Kings, Roger added with a grin. Should be fun. Their strike team was small but elite, just 8 people including Roger and Rouge. Scopper Gabon handled navigation, while Crocus monitored Roger's health. The remaining 4 were specialists chosen for their specific skills, Dory the infiltration expert, Mira the demolitions master, Talon the marksman, and Max the communications officer. Course set for the Calm Belt, Scopper announced. We'll intercept the transport in approximately 4 days. Roger nodded, feeling the familiar thrill of adventure tinged now with urgency. His illness had worsened in recent weeks, the treatments barely keeping pace with his deterioration. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and occasional tremors shook his hands when he thought no one was watching. But watching Rouge as she worked with the crew, seeing her newfound protectiveness of her body even as she pushed forward with the mission, filled him with renewed purpose. This wasn't just about exposing the truth anymore. It was about securing a future he wouldn't live to see. 3 days into their journey, as they approached the edge of the Calm Belt, Max intercepted a coded marine transmission. Captain, I've got something, he called, adjusting his specialized den mushy. Marine escort vessels communicating about the transport. Roger joined him at the communications station. Can you decode it? Working on it, Max muttered, fingers flying across his equipment. It's high-level encryption, but I recognize the pattern from the intelligence we gathered at Baltigo. After several tense minutes, the garbled transmission resolved into clear text. Max's expression grew increasingly concerned as he read. Sir, the transport has changed course. They're not using the Calm Belt route anymore. What? Rouge leaned over his shoulder. Why would they change now? Because they know we're coming, Roger realized. Someone leaked our plans. Scopper punched the wall in frustration. Dragon's network? Or someone closer, Rouge said grimly. Trust is a luxury we can't afford right now. Where's the transport heading now, Max? The communications officer studied the decoded coordinates. They're taking a northern route through. Wait, this can't be right. He double-checked his calculations. They're heading straight through the Florian Triangle. A heavy silence fell over the crew. The Florian Triangle, a region of sea notorious for ships disappearing without trace, perpetually shrouded in fog. It's a trap, Talon said flatly. They're baiting us to follow them into the triangle. Or they're genuinely trying to shake us by taking the most dangerous route possible, Rouge countered. Roger's laugh cut through the tension. Either way, we're going after them. Into the Florian Triangle? Crocus protested. Captain, the stress of navigating those waters could accelerate your condition. So could sitting around doing nothing, Roger replied cheerfully. Scopper, set course for the triangle. Max, keep monitoring those transmissions. I want to know if they change course again. As the crew scrambled to comply, Rouge pulled Roger aside. You know this is exactly what they want, right? To lure us into terrain where our advantages are neutralized. Of course, Roger agreed. But so is letting that weapon reach Mariewa. Rouge studied his face. You're enjoying this. His grin widened. Aren't you? One last great adventure, Rouge. One final chance to change the world. She couldn't help smiling back. You're impossible. That's why you love me, he replied, stealing a quick kiss before returning to the helm. Their ship entered the Florian Triangle the next morning, immediately engulfed by dense, unnatural fog. Visibility dropped to mere yards, and the air itself seemed to thicken, muffling sounds and creating disorienting echoes. Keep her steady, Roger ordered Scopper, who fought with the wheel as unpredictable currents pulled at their vessel. How are we supposed to find anything in this? Talon muttered, his keen eyes straining to penetrate the murk. We don't need to see them, Roger replied, closing his eyes. I can feel them. He extended his observation hockey to its limits, scanning the fog-shrouded waters around them. The effort visibly drained him, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. There, he said after a long moment, pointing slightly starboard. 3 ships, moving in tight formation. About 15 miles ahead. Rouge frowned. You shouldn't push your hockey like that. Not in your condition. No choice, Roger replied, wiping his brow. Scopper, take us on an intercept course, but keep your distance. We observe first. The next few hours tested their navigational skills to the limit. The triangle's current seemed almost sentient, constantly trying to push them off course. Strange sounds echoed through the fog, creaking timbers, distant bells, occasionally what sounded like voices calling for help. Ignore the distractions, Roger instructed his increasingly nervous crew. Focus on our target. By nightfall, though it was hard to tell day from night in the perpetual gloom, they had closed to within 2 miles of the marine convoy. From their position, hidden in the fog, they could just make out the running lights of 3 ships, 2 escorts flanking a larger vessel. That center ship is massive, Dory reported, returning from a scouting position in the bow. At least twice the size of a standard marine battleship, but the design is different. More like a transport vessel. That's our target, Roger confirmed. The question is, how heavily guarded is it? I can get closer, Dory offered. My devil fruit lets me blend with fog. Roger considered the offer. Too risky. If they have observation hockey users on board, they'll detect you regardless. So what's the plan? Mira asked, her explosives laid out and ready. Direct assault. Roger shook his head. We wait until dawn. They'll be at their most vulnerable after a night navigating these waters. The crew settled in for an uneasy night. Watches were doubled, with everyone on high alert for any change in the marine formation ahead. Roger and Rouge retreated to the small cabin they shared, where Crocus insisted on examining Roger's deteriorating condition. Your pulse is erratic, the doctor reported grimly. And your lungs are filling with fluid again. You need rest, not a battle. Rest comes later, Roger said dismissively. Give me something to keep me on my feet for the next 24 hours. Crocus reluctantly prepared a stronger dose of medicine. This will help temporarily, but the crash afterward will be severe. As long as it gets me through tomorrow, that's all that matters. After Crocus left, Rouge sat beside Roger on their narrow bunk. You're killing yourself faster than the disease. Maybe, Roger admitted. But for a better purpose. Rouge's hand found his in the dimness. Crocus confirmed it today, she said quietly. I am pregnant. Roger's breath caught. Despite suspecting it, hearing the confirmation made it suddenly, vividly real. How long? About 6 weeks. She turned to face him. I won't use this to try to change your mind about the mission. But I needed you to know. He pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. Thank you for telling me. His voice roughened with emotion. A child, our child. Who will never know their father, Rouge said softly. But will know what their father stood for, Roger countered. And that makes all of this worth it. They held each other in silence, the weight of mortality and new life pressing equally upon them. Dawn in the Florian Triangle wasn't marked by increasing light, merely a subtle shift in the quality of gloom. Roger stood on deck, fully armed and radiating determination despite his pallor. "They've slowed," he reported, his observation hockey extended. "The escort ships are moving ahead to scout the route. Leaving the transport more vulnerable," Rouge noted. "Just as you predicted." Roger nodded. "This is our window. Scopper, bring us alongside, silent approach. Mira, prepare disabling charges for their rudder and propulsion. Talon, pick your targets, communications equipment first, weapon stations second." "What about the crew?" Dory asked. "Minimal casualties," Roger ordered. "These are just Marines doing their job. Our target is the weapon, not them." The strike team moved with practiced efficiency, their small vessel slipping through the fog toward the massive transport ship. As they drew closer, details emerged: a heavily modified marine vessel with reinforced hull plating and unusually few gun ports. "More like a science vessel than a warship," Rouge observed. "Or both," Roger replied grimly. They were less than 100 yards away when their luck ran out. A shout went up from the transport's deck, followed immediately by alarm bells. "They've spotted us," Talon called, already knocking an arrow to his bow. "Full speed ahead," Roger commanded. "We've lost surprise, now we need aggression." Their vessel surged forward, closing the remaining distance rapidly. Marine defenders appeared at the rails, rifles at the ready. "Weapons free," Roger shouted. "Board on my signal." Talon's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, taking out gunners and communications officers. Mira launched her first volley of specialized explosives, targeting the transport's rudder mechanism. An explosion rocked the larger vessel as the charges detonated, sending Marines scrambling. In the confusion, Roger's team threw grappling hooks, securing lines between the ships. "Now!" Roger roared, drawing his sword and leaping across the gap. He landed on the transport's deck in a crouch, instantly surrounded by Marines who had recovered from their initial shock. They didn't stand a chance. Roger moved like a force of nature, his blade a blur as he disabled opponent after opponent without killing them. Rouge followed close behind, her own fighting style a contrast to Roger's power, all precision and speed, finding pressure points and weak spots with deadly accuracy. The rest of the team crossed in quick succession, each targeting their assigned sections of the ship. "Find the weapon," Roger ordered as they secured the main deck. "Dory, Mira, check below. Rouge, with me to the bridge." They fought their way forward, encountering increasingly skilled resistance. These weren't ordinary Marines, some wore the distinctive uniforms of Cypher Pole agents, their Six Powers techniques making them formidable opponents. Roger and Rouge battled back-to-back through a corridor, their movements perfectly synchronized from years of fighting together. When Roger's strength momentarily faltered, Rouge was there, covering his blind spot. When she was pressed too hard, his overwhelming hockey cleared the way. They reached the bridge to find it heavily barricaded. Roger didn't hesitate, channeling his conqueror's hockey directly at the door. The steel buckled under the focused pressure, and the barricade gave way. Inside, instead of the expected Marine captain, they found a single figure in a white lab coat, a woman with severe features and cold eyes. "Dr. Vegapunk, I presume?" Roger said, recognizing the legendary scientist from intelligence reports. She regarded him without fear. "Joel D. Roger. Right on schedule. Where's the weapon?" Rouge demanded, her dagger at the ready. Dr. Vegapunk smiled thinly. "There is no weapon aboard this vessel. Not anymore." Roger's eyes narrowed. "Explain." "This ship is a decoy," she said simply. "The real transport reached Mariehua 3 days ago. You've been chasing a shadow." Roger's fist slammed into the wall, denting the steel. "You're lying." "Am I?" She gestured to the ship around them. "Search if you like. You'll find nothing but standard research equipment and a skeleton crew." A cold realization dawned on Roger. The escort ships will return shortly, Vegapunk confirmed. With 3 vice admirals aboard. This trap was designed specifically for you, Pirate King. Rouge touched Roger's arm. We need to leave. Now. One moment. Roger stepped closer to Vegapunk, studying her. What exactly is this weapon? What have you helped them build? Something flickered in the scientist's eyes, regret, perhaps. Something that should have remained theoretical. A device that harnesses the power described in the ancient texts. You've awakened an ancient weapon, Roger said flatly. Partially, Vegapunk admitted. It's not fully operational. The power source is unstable, and the control systems are rudimentary at best. All the more reason not to use it, Rouge argued. I agree. Vegapunk's voice dropped lower. Which is why I left certain vulnerabilities in the design. Fail-safes, you might call them. Roger's eyes widened slightly. You're helping us. I'm helping humanity, she corrected. That device in the wrong hands could end civilization. Even in its current state, it could destroy entire islands. She withdrew a small data dial from her pocket. This contains the technical specifications, including the weaknesses I engineered into the system. Roger accepted the dial cautiously. Why would you betray the world government? I serve science, not politicians, Vegapunk replied. Some knowledge isn't meant for those who would abuse it. A massive explosion rocked the ship, nearly throwing them off their feet. What was that? Rouge demanded. The answer came through Roger's observation hockey. The escort ships are back, he reported grimly. And they brought friends. Vegapunk nodded. You have perhaps 5 minutes before this vessel is surrounded. I suggest you use them wisely. Roger gave her a measuring look. What happens to you when they discover you've helped us? They won't, she said confidently. As far as the world government knows, you stole this information during your attack. I'll be unconscious when they arrive, victim of the notorious Pirate King. Rouge stared at her. You've thought this through. I've had time to consider my culpability, Vegapunk replied. Then, to Roger's surprise, she bowed slightly. History will judge us all, Pirate King. Make sure it judges you kindly. Another explosion, closer this time, spurred them into action. Roger tucked the data dial securely inside his coat. Let's move, he ordered Rouge. We need to gather the crew and escape before we're completely surrounded. They raced back through the corridors, finding most of their team already retreating toward their vessel. Talon was wounded, blood seeping from a gash in his side, but still moving under his own power. The ship's empty, Captain. Dory reported. No weapon, no special cargo. Nothing. I know, Roger replied grimly. It was a trap. The real weapon is already at Mariehua. They reached the main deck to find chaos. Marine reinforcements swarmed aboard from the returning escort ships, while in the distance, the silhouettes of larger battleships emerged from the fog. To the ship. Roger commanded. Mira, cover our retreat. The explosives expert grinned fiercely, already preparing her special smoke bombs. With pleasure, Captain. Roger paused, studying the approaching battleships through narrowed eyes. 3 vice admirals, he muttered. They really want us badly. Roger. Rouge called urgently. No time for heroics. Just assessing the opposition, he replied, joining her at the railing. Their small vessel had sustained damage but remained seaworthy. The crew scrambled aboard as Myra's smoke bombs detonated across the deck, filling the air with thick, choking clouds. Everyone accounted for. Roger demanded as the last of his team crossed over. All present, Captain. Scopper confirmed, already at the helm. Then get us out of here. Roger ordered, cutting the grappling lines with a single swipe of his sword. Their ship pulled away from the transport vessel just as the smoke began to clear. Marines fired after them, but the fog quickly swallowed their small vessel, making accurate targeting impossible. "Heading, Captain." Scopper called above the commotion. Roger consulted his internal log pose. "Northeast. We need to put as much distance between us and those battleships as possible." For the next several hours, they raced through the Florian Triangle, changing direction frequently to confuse any pursuit. Roger pushed himself to the limit, extending his observation hockey repeatedly to detect approaching threats. By nightfall, they had left the pursuing Marines behind, but Roger's condition had deteriorated alarmingly. He collapsed in the cabin, coughing up alarming amounts of blood while Crocus worked desperately to stabilize him. "I warned you," the doctor said angrily. The hockey strain was too much. Rouge paced outside the cabin, her face tight with worry. When Crocus finally emerged, his expression told her everything. "How bad?" she asked simply. "Worse than before," Crocus replied. "The disease is accelerating. At this rate." He trailed off. "How long?" "Weeks, not months." Crocus looked away. "I'm sorry, Rouge. There's nothing more I can do except manage the symptoms." She nodded, absorbing the blow. "Can I see him?" "He's asking for you." Inside, Roger lay propped against pillows, his skin ashen beneath his tan. The vibrant energy that always seemed to radiate from him had dimmed, though his eyes still burned with determination when he saw her. "Don't you dare say, 'I told you so,'" he greeted her weakly. "Wouldn't dream of it." She sat beside him, taking his hand. "Though I did tell you so." He managed a chuckle that turned into another cough. "We need to change our plans," he said when he recovered. "The rendezvous with Rayleigh is still a week away, and I—" He gestured to his weakened state. "You need to rest," she finished for him. "We can delay." "No," he cut her off firmly. "The reverie starts in 9 days. We don't have time to delay." He struggled to sit up straighter. "We need to get this information to Rayleigh immediately. If the weapon is already at Mariehua, our entire approach needs to change." Rouge held up Vegapunk's data dial. "This changes things. If there really are vulnerabilities we can exploit." "Exactly," Roger nodded. "But Rayleigh needs to know now, not when we reach the rendezvous." He thought for a moment, then his eyes settled on Dory. The infiltration expert had entered quietly to check on his captain's condition. "Dory," Roger called. "How fast can you travel alone?" Dory straightened. "With a small craft and favorable winds. 2 days to reach the rendezvous point." "Take the data dial to Rayleigh," Roger ordered. "Tell him everything we learned. The weapon, the trap, all of it." "Captain," Dory hesitated, "what about you?" "We'll follow at our own pace," Roger assured him. "But the information can't wait." Dory nodded grimly. "I'll leave immediately." After he departed, Rouge turned back to Roger. "You didn't tell him the truth." "Which is?" "That you might not make it to the rendezvous at all." Roger's eyes met hers steadily. "Then you'll have to get me there, won't you?" The next 3 days tested them all. Roger's condition continued to deteriorate despite Crocus's best efforts. He managed to stay on his feet for short periods, but spent most of his time confined to his cabin, conserving his strength for what lay ahead. Rouge effectively took command, navigating them out of the Florian Triangle and toward the rendezvous point near Sabaody Archipelago. The crew followed her orders without question, their loyalty to Roger extending naturally to her. On the 4th day, as they approached the calm waters near Sabaody, Max intercepted another coded transmission. "Captain," he reported to Rouge, who was studying charts in the small wardroom. "Marine communications about widespread unrest. Dragon's people are moving," she realized. "Let me see." The decoded message confirmed her suspicions. Revolutionary cells had begun operations across multiple kingdoms, not full-scale rebellion yet, but coordinated acts of sabotage and protest designed to stretch marine resources thin. "They're ahead of schedule," she murmured. Dragon must have accelerated his timeline when he learned about the weapon. She took the report to Roger, who had insisted on being moved to a chair on the aft deck, refusing to spend his final days confined below. "Good," he said after reading it. "The more chaos, the better our chances at Mariehua. If the revolutionaries are already active, won't the world government increase security at the Reverie?" Rouge asked. Roger smiled weakly. "That's exactly what we want them to do." "I don't follow." "If they concentrate their forces at Mariehua," Roger explained, "they leave other targets vulnerable. Like the weapon control systems Vegapunk mentioned in her notes." Understanding dawned on Rouge's face. A two-pronged approach. One team infiltrates the Reverie while another targets the weapon directly. Precisely. Roger's eyes gleamed with their old fire. It's the only way to ensure success. Their conversation was interrupted by a shout from the lookout, ship approaching. Fast and light, coming from the direction of Sabaody. Rouge tensed, reaching for her weapon, but Roger's observation Haki had already identified their visitor. "It's Rayleigh," he said, relief evident in his voice. "He's coming to meet us." Sure enough, a small sailing craft soon pulled alongside, and Silver's Rayleigh leaped aboard with characteristic grace. His eyes immediately found Roger, widening slightly at his captain's deteriorated condition. "You look like hell," Rayleigh said bluntly. "Feel worse," Roger admitted. "But still in the game." He nodded toward his cabin. "We need to talk. Privately." Once inside, with Rouge and Crocus joining them, Rayleigh didn't mince words. "Dory reached us 3 days ago with the data dial. We've been analyzing Vegapunk's information." His expression was grim. "If she's correct, this weapon could devastate the entire Red Line if fully activated." "But she built in weaknesses," Rouge reminded him. "Yes, but exploiting them means getting deep into Mariehua security systems." Rayleigh spread out the diagrams he'd brought. "The control center is here, beneath the Pangaea Castle. Separate from the broadcast system we were already targeting." Roger studied the layouts. 2 objectives now, not 1. 2 teams, Rayleigh agreed. "I've already begun preparations based on Dory's information. Shanks and Buggy have secured positions with the Alabastan delegation. King Cobra agreed to help us after hearing what's at stake." "And Whitebeard?" Roger asked. "Positioning his fleet as we speak. He'll create the external diversion when we give the signal." Rayleigh hesitated before continuing. "There's something else you should know. The Marines have changed tactics in hunting you." "How so?" "They've stopped trying to capture you directly. Instead, they're targeting anyone associated with you." Rayleigh's expression darkened. "Several islands known to have sheltered the Roger pirates in the past have been placed under martial law. They're squeezing your support network, trying to isolate you." Roger absorbed this news silently, his jaw tightening. "Using innocence as leverage. That's not Garp's style." "It's not Garp anymore," Rayleigh informed him. "The Gorosei have placed Admiral Kong in direct command of the operation. Garp's been sidelined." "Interesting," Roger mused. "They must be truly desperate. Or truly frightened of what you know," Rouge suggested. Rayleigh turned to Crocus. "How long does he have?" The doctor shook his head. "Weeks at most. His last episode did significant damage." "Then we need to accelerate everything," Rayleigh decided. "The Reverie begins in 5 days. Our window to act is narrow." Roger leaned forward, his voice stronger than it had been in days. "Tell me about our forces. What are we working with?" For the next hour, they reviewed the full battle plan. Rayleigh had assembled an impressive coalition, 3 kingdom representatives at the Reverie had agreed to smuggle in key operatives, including Shanks and Buggy. Revolutionary cells were positioned throughout Mariehua's lower city, ready to create diversions. Whitebeard's fleet would approach from the north, drawing marine forces away from the central targets. It could work, Roger said finally. But everything depends on precise timing. And your health, Crocus added pointedly. Roger waved away the concern. I just need to hold together long enough to reach the broadcast system. And if you can't? Rayleigh asked quietly. Roger's eyes met Rouge's. Then Rouge takes my place. She knows everything I know about Laugh Tale, about the Void Century. She can deliver the message just as effectively. Rouge started to protest, but Roger cut her off. We need contingencies, Rouge. This is bigger than any of us. The planning continued well into the night. By dawn, they had a comprehensive strategy with multiple fallback options. The next day, they would rendezvous with the rest of their forces at Sabaody, making final preparations before the assault on Mariehua. As Rayleigh prepared to return to the main group, he pulled Roger aside for a private word. The crew knows how bad it is, he said quietly. They can see it. You should address them before we reach Sabaody. Roger nodded slowly. You're right. They deserve to hear it from me directly. Later that morning, with their ship approaching the outskirts of the Sabaody region, Roger gathered the crew on deck. He stood before them without support, summoning his remaining strength to project the commanding presence they knew so well. My friends, he began, his voice carrying across the deck. You've all noticed I'm not at my best. A ripple of nervous laughter acknowledged the understatement. The truth is, I'm dying faster than we anticipated. Crocus gives me weeks, not months. Murmurs of dismay swept through the crew. This changes nothing about our mission, Roger continued firmly. If anything, it makes it more urgent. What we're about to attempt at Mariehua, revealing the truth about the Void Century, neutralizing the ancient weapon, it's not just about changing the world. It's about saving it. He looked at each crew member in turn. I won't lie to you. The odds are against us. The entire might of the world government will try to stop us. Some of us won't return. His gaze softened. I certainly won't. Captain, someone began to protest. Roger raised his hand. This is my final voyage. I've made my peace with that. But how it ends, that's what matters now. Not just for me, but for all of you, for the next generation. His hand briefly touched Rouge's shoulder. The gesture didn't go unnoticed by the crew, though few understood its full significance. Tomorrow, we join with Rayleigh and the others at Sabaody. The day after, we begin our approach to Mariehua. I need each of you at your best. Not for me, but for the future we're fighting to create. He straightened to his full height, the Pirate King's presence momentarily overshadowing his physical decline. Any questions? There were none. Instead, one by one, the crew members approached to clasp his arm, to exchange a word or simply to nod their respect and determination. The ritual continued until each had affirmed their commitment to seeing this final mission through. That night, as their ship anchored in a hidden cove on Sabaody's outskirts, Roger stood at the rail with Rouge, watching the distant lights of the lawless archipelago. They'll follow you, you know, he told her. After I'm gone. The crew will look to you. Rouge shook her head. They'll look to Rayleigh. He's your first mate. Rayleigh will guide the ship, but you'll guide the mission, Roger insisted. You understand what we found at Laugh Tale better than anyone except me. You know why it matters. Because of the child, she guessed. Because of all children, Roger corrected. The world they inherit should be based on truth, not the lies of the world government. Rouge leaned against him, careful not to put too much pressure on his weakened frame. Have you thought about names? She asked softly. Names? For the baby, she clarified. Boy or girl, what would you name them? Roger hadn't allowed himself to think that far ahead, to imagine the child he would never meet. The question caught him off guard, emotion welling up unexpectedly. If it's a boy, he said finally, Ace. Ace? Rouge repeated, testing the name. Why that? It was my father's name, Roger explained. Before he changed it. Before he ran afoul of the world government. And if it's a girl? Roger smiled. Anne. Simple, strong. Ace or Anne, Rouge murmured. I like them both. She turned to face him fully. I'll make sure they know what their father stood for. Who he really was, not the monster the world government will try to make you out to be. The world will call me many things, Roger acknowledged. Most of them unflattering. I don't mind that. All I ask is that our child knows I fought for something bigger than myself. That my last act wasn't surrender, but defiance. Their moment was interrupted by a messenger from shore, one of Rayleigh's scouts reporting that all was ready for tomorrow's rendezvous. As Roger turned to address the messenger, Rouge watched him, memorizing the determination in his stance, the fire that still burned in his eyes despite his failing body. She placed a protective hand over her abdomen, making a silent promise to the life growing within. Whatever happened in the days ahead, their child would know the truth. About their father. About the world. About the price of freedom. Sabaody Archipelago bustled with its usual chaotic energy, pirates, merchants, travelers, and bounty hunters mingling in the lawless zone. Perfect cover for the gathering storm of Roger's forces. The crew split into small groups to avoid attention, making their way to Grove 13, where Shaggy's rip-off bar served as their temporary headquarters. Roger himself remained on the ship until nightfall, conserving his strength for the Council of War. Rouge entered Shaggy's first, immediately spotting familiar faces among the patrons. Rayleigh sat at a corner table with Whitebeard's representatives, Marco the Phoenix and Joza the Diamond. Nearby, King Cobra of Alabasta conversed quietly with Crocus. Shanks and Buggy, dressed in the formal attire of royal pages, practiced serving techniques under Shaggy's amused supervision. Rouge, Rayleigh greeted her. Where's Roger? Resting. He'll join us after dark. She glanced at the Whitebeard commanders. Your captain decided not to come personally. Marco shook his head. Too conspicuous. But our fleet is positioned as planned, just beyond marine detection range. The government knows something's coming, Jozu added. They've doubled the security details for all kings attending the reverie. Which makes our job harder, King Cobra sighed. I can only smuggle in 2 operatives now, not the 4 we planned. Rouge processed this complication. We'll adapt. Quality over quantity. As the afternoon wore on, more allies arrived, representatives from revolutionary cells, informants with last-minute intelligence about Mariehua defenses, even a few sympathetic Marines who'd chosen conscience over duty. By nightfall, when Roger finally entered through the back door, the bar was filled with the most unlikely coalition in history, pirates, royalty, revolutionaries, and civilians, united by a common goal. A hush fell as Roger made his way to the center of the room. His illness was obvious to all, but he carried himself with undiminished dignity, his presence commanding immediate respect. Friends, he began simply, thank you for risking everything to be here. What we attempt 2 days from now will change the course of history, for better or worse. For the next hour, he outlined the final plan. 2 primary teams would infiltrate Mariehua during the reverie's opening ceremony. The first, led by King Cobra and including Shanks and Buggy, would access the broadcast system. The second, smaller team would target the weapon control center. I will lead the broadcast team personally, Roger announced, silencing Crocus's immediate protest with a look. Rouge will lead the weapon team, with Marco's support. Whitebeard's first commander nodded his agreement. Meanwhile, Roger continued, Rayleigh will coordinate with Whitebeard's fleet for the external diversion. Revolutionary cells will create internal chaos in the lower city, drawing security away from our primary targets. Questions followed, details were refined, contingencies established. Throughout it all, Roger remained standing, pushing through his weakness by sheer force of will. As the meeting concluded, King Cobra approached Roger privately. "My ship departs for Mariehua tomorrow morning," he said. "You and your broadcast team will need to board before dawn to avoid detection." Roger nodded. "We'll be ready. There's something else." Cobra hesitated. "My intelligence suggests the Gorosei themselves will attend the opening ceremony." "All 5 of them?" Roger's eyes widened slightly. "That's unusual." "Unprecedented," Cobra corrected. "They never appear together publicly. Whatever they fear you might reveal, it has them terrified enough to break centuries of protocol." "Good," Roger said, a fierce smile spreading across his face. "Let them be afraid. They've made the world fear them long enough." After Cobra departed, Rayleigh pulled Roger aside. "You're taking a huge risk leading the broadcast team yourself. In your condition, my condition is precisely why it has to be me," Roger cut him off. "This is my last mission, Ray. My final statement to the world. I need to deliver it personally." Rayleigh studied his captain's face, then nodded reluctantly. "Just make sure you live long enough to finish the broadcast." "That's why I have Crocus coming with me," Roger replied with a wink. As the gathering broke up, allies departing in small groups to avoid attention, Roger and Rouge returned to their ship for one last night before separating. "I don't like us taking different paths," Rouge admitted as they prepared for bed. "It's the only way to ensure both objectives are covered," Roger reminded her. "If we fail to neutralize the weapon, the broadcast won't matter. The world government could use the chaos to justify deploying it. And if we succeed?" Roger's smile was gentle. "Then our child has a fighting chance at a better world." Dawn came too soon. As the first light broke over Sabaedy's bubbled horizon, Roger and Rouge stood on the deck of their ship, saying goodbye. 3 days, Roger said, holding her close. "We meet at the extraction point in 3 days." Both knew it was unlikely he would make it that long, but neither voiced the thought. 3 days, Rouge echoed, memorizing the feel of him. "Don't start the revolution without me." "Wouldn't dream of it." He kissed her deeply, then reluctantly stepped back. "Take care of yourself. Both of you." Her hand touched her stomach briefly. "We will." The broadcast team departed first, Roger, Crocus, Shanks, Buggy, and 3 others, making their way to King Cobra's royal vessel. Rouge watched until they disappeared among Sabaedy's massive mangrove roots. Hours later, she led her own team toward a different vessel, a nondescript merchant ship that would carry them to Mariehua's less guarded southern approach. Marco walked beside her, his normally lazy expression replaced by focused determination. "Whitebeard had a message for you," he told her as they boarded. "He said to tell you that whatever happens, Rogers won't die with him." Rouge nodded, throat tight with emotion. "No. It won't." The merchant ship cast off, joining the steady stream of vessels heading toward Mariehua for the reverie. Ahead, barely visible on the horizon, the red line rose like a wall dividing the world, home to the celestial dragons and the government that had ruled for 8 centuries. In less than 48 hours, if all went according to plan, that government would face its greatest challenge. Not from armies or rival powers, but from the truth itself, broadcast to the entire world by a dying pirate king who had chosen revolution over surrender. The Royal Alabastan vessel glided smoothly toward Mariehua, its golden sails and diplomatic flags ensuring preferential treatment from marine patrols. Below deck, in a hidden compartment, Roger and his team waited in uncomfortable silence. "How much longer?" Buggy whispered, shifting restlessly in the cramped space. "A few hours," Crocus replied quietly. "Save your energy. You'll need it." Roger sat with his back against the bulkhead, eyes closed, conserving strength. The journey had taken its toll despite Crocus's constant medical attention. His breathing was labored, and occasional tremors shook his hands. Shanks watched his captain with poorly concealed concern. "Captain, you should take the medicine now, before we arrive." Roger opened his eyes. "Not yet. That mixture will give me 6 hours at most. I need to time it perfectly." The sound of footsteps overhead indicated increased activity as they approached Mariehua. King Cobra's voice could be faintly heard giving orders to his crew. "We're nearing the gates," Crocus reported after listening at the compartment's thin wall. Final security checkpoint. Tension filled their hiding place as the ship slowed. Marine inspectors boarded, their boots thudding on the deck above. For nearly an hour, the team remained frozen in place as the search proceeded. Finally, the footsteps receded, and the ship resumed its journey. A secret knock on their compartment signaled the all clear. "We're through," King Cobra whispered as he opened the hidden door. "But security is even tighter than expected. They're using observation hockey specialists at all entry points." "Then we stick to the plan," Roger said firmly. "Use the diplomatic convoy to get us inside the walls. After that, we separate as planned." Cobra nodded grimly. "My carriage will transport you to the central plaza. From there, you're on your own." The ship docked at the Royal Pier, where elaborate carriages waited to transport each delegation to the Pangaea Castle. In the confusion of disembarking royalty and their entourages, Roger's team slipped from their hiding place, blending with the Alabastan servants carrying luggage and supplies. Roger himself, too recognizable to move openly, was concealed in a large trunk supposedly containing ceremonial robes. The irony of entering Mariehua as cargo wasn't lost on him, a pained smile crossing his face as the trunk was loaded into Cobra's personal carriage. Inside the cramped space, every jolt of the carriage sent waves of pain through Roger's deteriorating body. He focused on his breathing, on visualizing the path they would take through Mariehua to reach the broadcast center beneath the Pangaea Castle. After what seemed an eternity, the carriage stopped. The trunk lid opened a crack, and Shanks's voice whispered urgently, "Captain, we're at the drop point. The plaza is crawling with security." Roger pushed open the trunk, easing his stiff body out with Shanks's help. They were in a small courtyard behind what appeared to be service buildings for the Pangaea Castle. King Cobra stood nearby, dressed in his formal reverie attire. "This is as far as I can take you openly," he said. "From here, you follow the servant passages as planned. My people have marked the route." Roger clasped the king's arm gratefully. "Your courage won't be forgotten, Cobra." "Just make sure your message reaches the world," Cobra replied. "My carriage leaves in exactly 4 hours to return to the ship. That's your extraction window." After the king departed for the reverie opening ceremony, Roger gathered his team. "Crocus, the medicine." The doctor produced a vial of dark liquid. "This will suppress your symptoms and give you a temporary boost of strength. But the side effects will kill me faster," Roger finished for him. "I know." He downed the mixture in one swallow, grimacing at the bitter taste. The effect was almost immediate. Color returned to Roger's face, and the tremor in his hands stilled. His breathing eased, and he stood straighter, some of his old vigor returning. "Let's move," he ordered, suddenly all business. "Shanks, Buggy, you have the servant uniforms?" The boys nodded, pulling out bundles of clothing stolen from the Alabastan luggage, simple white garments worn by the staff who maintained Mariehua's luxury. Disguised as castle servants, the team moved through back passages and service corridors, following the discreet markers left by Cobra's people. Twice they had to duck into alcoves as real servants passed, and once they narrowly avoided a patrol of cipher pole agents. "Security is tighter than our intelligence suggested," Crocus muttered as they descended a rarely used stairwell. "The Gorasii are scared," Roger replied. "They should be." They reached the subterranean levels where ancient machinery hummed behind thick walls, the infrastructure that kept Mariehua functioning. According to their intelligence, the broadcast center was located in the deepest level, protected by multiple security checkpoints. At the first checkpoint, they encountered resistance, 2 guards monitoring a secure door. "I'll handle this," Roger said, stepping forward before anyone could stop him. He approached the guards openly, making no attempt to hide his identity. Their eyes widened in shock, hands moving toward weapons, but too late. Roger's Conqueror's hockey hit them like a physical blow, and they collapsed unconscious without a sound. "That was reckless," Crocus admonished as they dragged the guards into a side room. "Using hockey drains your strength." "Efficiency matters more than caution now," Roger replied, though the brief exertion had indeed cost him. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing had quickened. Beyond the checkpoint, the passages narrowed, clearly designed to funnel intruders into choke points. Roger paused at an intersection, extending his observation hockey carefully. 6 men ahead, he reported. "Cipher pole, not regular guards. They're expecting trouble." "We need another route," Buggy suggested nervously. Roger shook his head. "No time. We go through them." He turned to Shanks. "Remember what I taught you about fighting superior numbers?" The red-haired boy nodded seriously. "Control the engagement zone. Force them to come at you one at a time." "Exactly." Roger pointed to the narrow corridor ahead. "Perfect terrain for that strategy." He drew his sword. "I'll lead. Crocus, stay with the boys." "Like hell," Crocus growled. "I'm right behind you." The ensuing clash was brief but violent. Roger moved with deadly precision, his illness momentarily masked by Crocus's medicine and his own indomitable will. The Cipher Pole agents, for all their training, found themselves outmatched by the Pirate King's ferocity. 3 fell before they could even properly respond. The 4th managed to land a glancing blow before Roger's sword found its mark. The 5th attempted to escape, likely to sound an alarm, but Shanks intercepted him with surprising speed, his training under Roger evident in his technique. The 6th and final agent proved more formidable, a veteran operative who recognized Roger's condition and sought to exploit it by drawing out the fight. His 6 powers techniques kept him just beyond Roger's reach, wearing down the ailing pirate with hit-and-run tactics. "Enough of this," Roger muttered after a particularly taxing exchange. Summoning his remaining strength, he unleashed a focused burst of Conqueror's hockey combined with a lightning-fast sword thrust. The agent crumpled, defeat etched on his face as consciousness fled. Roger leaned heavily against the wall afterward, his temporary vitality already fading. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away before the others could notice. "Captain." Shanks approached cautiously. "Are you fine?" Roger interrupted. "Just catching my breath. Let's move." They continued deeper into the complex, following the increasing hum of machinery. Finally, they reached a massive door marked with the World Government symbol and various warning signs. "This is it," Roger confirmed, studying the security measures. The Global Broadcast Center. The door featured multiple locks, electronic, mechanical, and what appeared to be a biometric scanner. "How do we get past that?" Buggy asked, eyes wide. Roger smiled grimly. "We don't need to bypass the security." He gestured to the wall beside the door. "We go through here instead." He placed his hand against the wall, closing his eyes in concentration. With his observation hockey, he could sense the structure's weaknesses, the points where the ancient stone had begun to fatigue over centuries. "Stand back," he ordered. Drawing his sword, Roger struck the wall with precision, not a powerful blow, but a series of targeted hits at specific stress points. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of protest, a section of wall collapsed inward, revealing the broadcast center beyond. Alarms immediately blared throughout the complex. Roger gestured urgently to his team. "Quickly. We have minutes at most before they respond." They rushed into the massive chamber, where banks of sophisticated equipment lined the walls. At the center stood a raised platform with a single Den Mushi unlike any they'd seen before, enormous, with multiple eyes and a complex transmission apparatus connected to its shell. The global broadcast system, Roger breathed, approaching the platform. Capable of transmitting simultaneously to every Den Mushi in the world. Crocus moved to a control panel. According to our intelligence, this sequence should override the normal broadcast restrictions. His fingers flew across the switches and dials, years of precision medical work making him surprisingly adept with the unfamiliar equipment. The giant Den Mushi's eyes blinked sleepily, then focused as the system engaged. Lights throughout the chamber shifted from red to green. "It's working," Crocus reported with surprise in his voice. "We actually have control." "How long?" Roger asked. "Until they cut the power remotely. Minutes at most." Roger nodded, mounting the platform. "That's all I need." As Crocus made the final adjustments, Shanks and Buggy took up positions by the broken wall, watching for approaching security forces. "Captain," Shanks called, "footsteps coming. Lots of them." "Hold them as long as you can," Roger ordered. Then, to Crocus, "Is it ready?" The doctor nodded. "Live in 3, 2, 1. The enormous Den Mushi's eyes widened fully, indicating an active broadcast. Roger stood straight, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength and charisma. When he spoke, his voice carried none of the weakness that had plagued him in recent weeks, only power, conviction, and an unmistakable authority. "People of the world, my name is Gold, Roger. You know me as the Pirate King. What you're about to hear is the truth the world government has hidden for 800 years. Miles away, in a different part of Mariehua, Rouge led her team through the increasingly chaotic streets of the Holy City. The diversions had begun as planned, revolutionary cells creating disturbances throughout the lower levels, drawing security forces away from key targets. "Whitebeard's fleet has been spotted," Marco reported, rejoining the group after receiving a message via miniature Den Mushi. "Marines are scrambling to respond." Rouge nodded grimly. "Then we have our window." She consulted the map Vegapunk had provided. The weapon control center should be beneath that structure. She pointed to an unassuming building set apart from the grander architecture of Mariehua. Unlike the ornate palaces surrounding it, this facility was utilitarian, surrounded by a high wall and guarded by figures in white coats rather than traditional Marines. "Scientists, not soldiers," Rouge observed. "Interesting choice." "Easier to deal with," Jozu noted, flexing his diamond-enhanced fist. "Don't underestimate them," Rouge cautioned. "If they're Vegapunk's colleagues, they're formidable in their own way." Their approach was methodical. Two team members created a distraction at the main gate, a small explosion that damaged nothing but drew all attention forward. Meanwhile, Rouge, Marco, and Jozu scaled the rear wall where surveillance was minimal. They entered through a service door, encountering minimal resistance. The facility's interior resembled a research laboratory more than a military installation, sterile corridors lined with equipment rooms and observation chambers. "According to the plans, the control center is 2 levels down," Rouge whispered, leading them toward a stairwell. They descended cautiously, aware that the lack of security likely meant they were expected. Rouge's instincts proved correct. As they reached the lower level, they encountered their first real opposition. 5 figures in white coats blocked the corridor ahead, but these were no ordinary scientists. Each held a different weapon, and their stances betrayed advanced combat training. CP-0, Marco identified them immediately. Cypher Pole's elite, disguised as researchers. "We don't have time for this," Rouge muttered. To Marco and Jozu, she said, "Handle them. I need to reach the control center before they can activate the weapon." Marco nodded, his arms transforming into brilliant blue phoenix wings. "We'll keep them busy. Go." As the Whitebeard commanders engaged the CP-0 agents, Rouge slipped past the developing battle, continuing deeper into the facility. Her knowledge of the layout, courtesy of Vegapunk's data, guided her through the labyrinthine corridors. She reached a heavy security door marked with hazard warnings in multiple languages. Beyond it, according to the plans, lay the weapon control center. The door featured an advanced locking mechanism requiring both key cards and biometric verification. Rouge smiled grimly. Like Roger, she had no intention of bypassing security conventionally. From her pack, she removed a small package of specialized explosives, Myra's parting gift before they separated. Focused charge, Mira had explained. Won't damage anything beyond the immediate target. Perfect for locks. Rouge placed the explosive carefully, set the timer, and moved back around the corner. The detonation was surprisingly quiet, more of a sharp crack than an explosion, but effective. When she returned, the locking mechanism had been neatly destroyed. The door swung open to reveal a circular chamber dominated by a massive control console. Screens displayed data streams and what appeared to be power readings. At the center of the room stood a cylindrical container glowing with an eerie blue light. The power source, Rouge realized. According to Vegapunk's notes, this was the heart of the ancient weapon, a fragment of technology from the Void Century, partially understood but incompletely controlled. A single figure stood before the console, an elderly man in an elaborate lab coat adorned with world government insignia. I wondered who they would send, he said without turning. Not Roger himself, too ill for this kind of operation. Not the first mate, needed elsewhere. That left you, Portgas de Rouge. Rouge approached cautiously, her hand on her weapon. You have me at a disadvantage. Dr. Vorax, he introduced himself. Chief of Special Weapons Development. He finally turned to face her. And you are too late. He gestured to the console, where a countdown displayed prominently. The initialization sequence has already begun. In precisely 7 minutes, the weapon will achieve minimum activation threshold. What happens then? Rouge demanded, though she already knew from Vegapunk's notes. A demonstration, Vorax replied calmly. Limited in scope, just enough to show the world what happens to those who challenge the natural order. His smile was chilling. The target is already selected. An island in East Blue known to harbor revolutionary sympathizers. Rouge's blood ran cold. You would kill thousands of innocents just to make a point. To preserve the peace that has lasted 800 years. Without hesitation. Vorax studied her. Though I admit, I'm curious why you care so much. Pirates rarely concern themselves with civilian casualties. We're not talking about collateral damage in a battle, Rouge countered. This is calculated extermination. A necessary reminder of the consequences of defiance, Vorax insisted. Especially now that your companion is broadcasting dangerous lies to the world. Rouge's heart leaped. Roger reached the broadcast center. Vorax's expression soured. Temporarily. Our technicians are working to cut the transmission, but the damage is already substantial. People are listening to his nonsense about the Void Century. Triumph surged through Rouge, tempered immediately by the urgency of her own mission. And now I'm going to ensure they live to act on that knowledge. She moved toward the control console, but Vorax blocked her path, producing a small device from his pocket. One more step, and I trigger an immediate activation. Uncontrolled, unguided, the results would be catastrophic. A standoff ensued, both acutely aware of the countdown continuing on the displays around them. 6 minutes remaining. 5. Your allies won't reach us in time, Vorax noted conversationally. My agents will keep them occupied. It's just you and me and the inexorable march of time. Rouge's mind raced, recalling Vegapunk's notes on the weapon's vulnerabilities. The control system had been deliberately designed with a critical flaw. The power regulation was unstable, requiring constant adjustment during the initialization sequence. You're bluffing, she said suddenly. You can't trigger immediate activation from here. The system requires graduated power increases to prevent catastrophic feedback. Uncertainty flickered in Vorax's eyes, just enough to confirm her theory. Rouge seized the moment, lunging forward with the speed and precision that had made her legendary in South Blue. Vorax was no warrior, but his reflexes were surprisingly quick for his age. He dodged her initial strike, backing toward the central console while fumbling with his device. "Stay back," he warned. "I'll destabilize the containment field." "No, you won't," Rouge replied calmly. "Because that would kill you too. And you're not the sacrificial type." She advanced methodically, herding him away from the critical controls. 4 minutes remained on the countdown. Vorax made a desperate move, attempting to reach an emergency protocol station on the far side of the room. Rouge intercepted him, her dagger flashing in the chamber's blue light. The scientist cried out as the blade sliced across his hand, the control device clattering to the floor. "It's over," Rouge told him, retrieving the device. "Now, how do I stop the initialization sequence?" Vorax laughed bitterly, clutching his injured hand. "You can't. The system is designed to complete once started. A failsafe against exactly this kind of interference." Rouge studied the console, comparing what she saw with Vegapunk's notes. The scientist had been telling the truth, there was no abort function visible in the controls. 3 minutes. "There's always a way," she muttered, circling the central power column. According to Vegapunk, the system's vulnerability lay in the connection between the ancient power source and the modern control mechanisms, an imperfect interface that could be disrupted under specific conditions. 2.5 minutes. Rouge identified the critical junction, a series of cables connecting the glowing cylinder to the main console. Severing them might interrupt the sequence, but could also trigger an uncontrolled energy release. "Don't!" Vorax cried, realizing her intent. The feedback loop could destroy half of Mariehua. "Then help me," Rouge demanded. "There must be a safe way to abort." 2 minutes. Conflict played across Vorax's face, scientific training warring with fanatical loyalty to the world government. Finally, professional instinct won out. "There's a manual override," he admitted reluctantly. "Designed as a last resort if the system exhibited unpredicted behavior." He pointed to a small panel near the base of the power column. "That access point allows direct manipulation of the power flow. If you reduce it gradually, and I mean extremely gradually, you might be able to force the system into standby without triggering the feedback." Rouge moved to the panel, opening it to reveal a complex array of controls. "Instructions." Vorax sighed heavily. "The sequence is specific. Any deviation will trigger immediate activation. 90 seconds. Under the scientist's grudging guidance, Rouge began the delicate process of power reduction. Each adjustment required precise timing and steady hands. A single mistake would mean disaster. "Slower on the tertiary regulator," Vorax instructed tensely. "Too fast and the compensation algorithms will interpret it as system failure." 60 seconds. Rouge worked methodically, sweat beading on her forehead despite the chamber's cool temperature. The countdown continued its inexorable progression, each second amplifying the pressure. "It's not decelerating fast enough," Vorax observed, genuine concern creeping into his voice. Professional pride apparently outweighing loyalty to his masters. "We need to increase the draw on the auxiliary systems." He moved to assist, his expertise temporarily overriding his opposition. Together, they manipulated the complex controls, creating a delicate balance between power reduction and system stability. 30 seconds. The blue glow from the central cylinder began to dim perceptibly. Numbers on the display fluctuated, then began decreasing rather than climbing. "It's working," Rouge breathed. "Not fast enough," Vorax countered grimly. 20 seconds. Rouge made a critical decision. "What if we trigger a localized feedback in just one subsystem? Would that force an emergency shutdown?" Vorax's eyes widened. Theoretically, yes, but the precision required, guide me, Rouge demanded. 10 seconds. Working together, they initiated a controlled overload in a non-critical subsystem. Alarms blared throughout the chamber as the weapon's safety protocols detected the anomaly. 5 seconds. The countdown froze, then reset as emergency systems took control. The blue glow faded entirely, leaving only standard lighting illuminating the chamber. System entering emergency standby, an automated voice announced. Initialization sequence aborted. Rouge exhaled slowly, the tension of the past minutes leaving her body in a rush. Beside her, Vorax slumped against the console, the scientist's face a complex mix of relief and despair. You've doomed us all, he murmured. Without the weapon, the world government cannot maintain order once Roger's revelations spread. Maybe order based on lies and fear deserves to fall, Rouge suggested quietly. Before Vorax could respond, the chamber door burst open. Marco and Jozu entered, bearing signs of their recent battle but otherwise intact. Rouge! Marco called. We need to move. The entire complex is on lockdown. She nodded, turning to the central power column. One moment. Following Vegapunk's instructions, she removed a critical component from the weapon's control system, a small crystalline object that pulsed with residual energy. Without this, they can't restart the initialization, she explained, securing the component in her pack. The weapon is neutralized. As they prepared to leave, Rouge paused beside the defeated scientist. Thank you, she said simply. Whatever your reasons, you helped save countless lives today. Vorax didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the darkened control panels that represented his life's work. The team departed quickly, navigating through increasingly chaotic corridors. Throughout the complex, alarms blared and security personnel rushed in all directions. The confusion worked to their advantage, allowing them to blend with the general evacuation flow. What's happening up top? Rouge asked Marco as they emerged into daylight. Roger's broadcast has thrown everything into chaos, he reported. It's been going for nearly 15 minutes. People in the lower city are already rioting. Marines are divided between defending Mariehua and responding to Whitebeard's fleet. Rouge's heart swelled with pride and concern. 15 minutes, he's pushing himself beyond his limits. We need to reach the extraction point, Jozu reminded them. The rendezvous with Rayleigh is in less than an hour. They made their way through the streets of Mariehua, now filled with panicked civilians and confused security forces. From every den mushy, Roger's voice continued to broadcast, strong, compelling, revealing truths that had been hidden for centuries. At one point, they passed a public square where a crowd had gathered around a large broadcast screen. Roger's face filled the display, gaunt but commanding as he explained the true history of the world government's founding. Built on genocide, his voice resonated across the plaza. The 20 kings who formed the world government first destroyed an entire civilization, erasing their culture and history from the record. The Void Century isn't a mystery, it's a crime scene. The crowd's reaction was mixed, shock, disbelief, anger, fear. But everyone was listening. Rouge paused momentarily, drinking in the sight of Roger accomplishing what he had set out to do. He did it, she whispered. And we did our part, Marco reminded her. The weapon is neutralized. Now we need to complete the extraction. They continued toward the rendezvous point, a small dock on Mariehua's eastern edge, where Rayleigh would be waiting with their escape vessel. As they moved, Rouge became increasingly aware of a physical sensation she hadn't experienced before, a fluttering movement inside her abdomen. The baby. Moving for the first time. She placed a protective hand over her stomach, a bittersweet smile touching her lips. Your father is changing the world, she murmured. And you're going to inherit that legacy. The rendezvous point came into view, a secluded inlet partially hidden by decorative foliage. Rayleigh's vessel waited, its engines running, ready for immediate departure. There's our ride, Marco noted with relief. Looks like we made it. But as they approached, Rouge's observation hockey detected something amiss, multiple presences surrounding the dock, their hostile intent clear even from a distance. Ambush, she warned, halting their advance. At least 10, maybe more. Marco's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the seemingly empty dock. I count 12. Cipher pole, not regular Marines. They know about the extraction point, Jozu growled. Someone talked. Rouge considered their options. We need a diversion. Something to draw them out before we approach. As they debated tactics, a massive explosion rocked the eastern side of Mariehua, far larger than their planned diversions. The shockwave reached them seconds later, accompanied by a plume of smoke rising from what appeared to be the Pangaea castle itself. What was that? Jozu demanded. Rouge's blood ran cold. The broadcast center. It has to be. Roger, Marco realized, his normally lazy expression tightening with concern. Rouge made an instant decision. Change of plans. Marco, you and Jozu create a diversion at the dock. I'm going after Roger. Rouge, we don't know if, Marco began. I have to try, she cut him off. Get to the ship and wait as long as you can. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, leave without me. Before they could protest further, she was gone, racing back toward the center of Mariehua, toward the rising smoke and the man who had changed everything. In the shattered remains of the broadcast center, Roger knelt amid debris and fallen enemies. The explosion had been deliberate, a last-ditch effort by world government forces to silence his transmission by destroying the entire facility. They had succeeded, but too late. For nearly 20 minutes, Roger had broadcast the truth to the world, about the Void Century, about the ancient weapons, about the founding of the world government through bloodshed and deception. Captain. Shanks called, pulling himself from beneath a fallen section of equipment. We need to move. The whole place is coming down. Roger nodded weakly. The medicine Crocus had given him had worn off completely, leaving him drained beyond measure. The effort of the broadcast, combined with the battle that had preceded it, had pushed his failing body past its breaking point. Where's Buggy? He managed to ask. Here, Captain. The blue-haired boy emerged from behind a partially collapsed wall, dragging an unconscious Crocus. The dock's hurt but alive. Roger struggled to his feet, swaying dangerously. Then we move. Extraction point as planned. They made their way through the ruined facility, navigating crumbling corridors and avoiding secondary explosions. Chaos reigned throughout Mariehua. Roger's broadcast had ignited precisely the revolution he had intended. From every direction came the sounds of conflict, Marines clashing with revolutionaries, ordinary citizens rising against their oppressors, the established order crumbling in real time. Your plan worked, Captain, Shanks said as they paused to rest in a relatively stable section of corridor. Everyone heard the truth. Roger managed a tired smile. Not my plan, red hair. Our plan. Everyone's plan who believed in something better. They continued their painful progress, Roger leaning increasingly on Shanks for support. Buggy struggled with Crocus's unconscious form, but refused to leave the doctor behind. They were still several levels from the surface when Roger collapsed, blood flowing freely from his mouth. The boys rushed to his side, panic evident in their young faces. Captain. Buggy cried. Don't die. Not yet. Roger coughed weakly, more blood spattering the floor. Sorry, boys. Looks like this is as far as I go. No. Shanks protested fiercely. We'll carry you. The extraction point isn't far. Roger shook his head. Listen to me. Both of you. This is important. His voice strengthened briefly, willpower overcoming physical limitation. What I told the world today, about the Void Century, about the world government's crimes, that truth is now your responsibility too. Captain. Buggy's voice broke. You don't have to continue my fight, Roger continued. Each of you will find your own path, your own dreams. But never forget what you witnessed today. The truth has power, remember that. He reached out, placing one hand on each boy's shoulder. Now go. Find Rouge and the others. Tell Rouge. He faltered, emotion overcoming him briefly. Tell her I finished what I started. And that I have no regrets. We can't leave you. Shanks insisted, tears streaming down his face. That's an order, cabin boy, Roger said, summoning a shadow of his captain's authority. My final order to you both. Reluctantly, agonizingly, the boys obeyed, gently propping Crocus against a wall beside Roger before continuing toward the surface. They paused at the corridor's end for one last look at their captain, the pirate king who had changed the world rather than surrender to death. Roger watched them go, relief mingling with the pain that consumed him. His vision was fading, darkness encroaching at the edges. He knew these were his final moments, but felt no fear, only satisfaction at a mission completed, a legacy secured. His thoughts turned to Rouge, to the child she carried. He would never meet his son or daughter, never hold them or watch them grow. But he had given them something more valuable than his presence, a world where truth had a fighting chance against power. As consciousness began to slip away, Roger became aware of a presence approaching, not threatening, but familiar. Beloved. Rouge, he whispered, unsure if this was reality or his dying mind's comfort. But it was her, somehow she had found him, fighting her way through the chaos of Mariehua to reach his side. She knelt beside him, gathering his broken body into her arms. I'm here, she said softly, tears falling freely. I found you. Roger smiled weakly. The weapon? Neutralized, she assured him. It can't harm anyone now. And my broadcast? Everyone heard it, Roger. The whole world. You did it. Satisfaction filled him. We did it. He coughed again, more violently this time. Rouge held him through the spasm, her tears falling on his face. I'm not going to make it to the extraction point, he said when he could speak again. I know, she whispered, her voice breaking. Rouge, listen to me. He summoned his remaining strength. They'll hunt you after this. Hunt our child. You need to disappear, hide somewhere safe until the baby comes. Roger, promise me, he insisted. Our child deserves a chance to live free from my shadow, to make their own choices. Rouge nodded, her hand finding his and squeezing tightly. I promise. They remained like that for precious minutes, the dying king and the woman who carried his heir, sharing their final moments amid the revolution they had ignited. Roger, Rouge said finally, feeling him slipping away, what should I tell our child about their father? Roger's eyes, though dimming, still held that indomitable spark. Tell them I lived free. Tell them I died smiling. His hand moved weakly to rest on her abdomen. And tell them I loved them before I even knew them. His breathing grew more labored, each inhale a struggle. Rouge, he whispered, no regrets. Remember that. I lived exactly as I wanted. I'll remember, she promised through tears. With the last of his strength, Roger pulled her down for a final kiss. When their lips parted, he smiled, that same irrepressible, world-changing smile that had first captivated her years ago. What a grand adventure it's been, he said softly. And then, surrounded by the chaos of the revolution he had sparked, in the arms of the woman he loved, Gold. Roger, the man who had conquered the Grand Line, discovered the world's greatest secrets, and refused to surrender to either the world government or his own mortality, closed his eyes for the final time. But unlike the execution the Marines had planned for him, this ending was on his own terms, defiant to the last, his will unbroken, his spirit unconquered. And as Rouge held his still form, she knew with absolute certainty that he had died as he had lived, with a smile. The world changed in the days that followed. Roger's broadcast, though eventually cut off, had reached every corner of the globe. The truths he revealed, about the void century, about the world government's bloody founding, about the lies that had shaped civilization for 800 years, could not be unheard. Revolutions erupted across multiple kingdoms. Some world government-aligned nations declared independence. Others descended into civil war as citizens demanded answers from rulers who had participated in the centuries-long deception. The Marines and world government attempted to dismiss Roger's claims as the ravings of a dying madman, but the damage was done. Too many people had heard the ring of truth in his words, had recognized the passion of sincerity rather than delirium. Most significant of all, Roger's final act had galvanized a new generation. Young people across the world, inspired by the Pirate King's defiance and revelations, began to question authority in ways their parents never had. The era of unquestioning acceptance was over. On a small, hidden island in South Blue, Rouge found sanctuary with allies who had never officially existed in world government records. She watched the unfolding global chaos from afar, one hand resting protectively over her growing belly. "Your father changed everything," she told her unborn child as news continued to arrive of uprisings and revelations. "And he did it all for you, for your generation." The world government, desperate to re-establish control, launched a propaganda campaign of unprecedented scale. They claimed Roger had planned to destroy the world, that his death had prevented global catastrophe. They painted him as a monster, a demon, a force of pure chaos. But alongside this official narrative, another story spread, whispered in taverns, shared in homes, passed from sailor to sailor across the seas. The story of a pirate who had discovered the world's greatest secret and, instead of using it for power, had given it freely to all people. The story of a dying man who had chosen revolution over surrender. As months passed and her time grew near, Rouge received word that the Marines had begun a systematic hunt for any child who might be Roger's offspring. The world government, it seemed, feared his bloodline as much as they had feared the man himself. But Rouge had made a promise to Roger, and she intended to keep it. Their child would live free, would make their own choices, would not be defined by either their father's glory or the world government's fear. On a stormy night, as the hunt for Roger's child reached its peak, Rouge made her final preparations. With trusted allies at her side and Roger's unshakable determination in her heart, she prepared to bring their child into the world, and to ensure that child's safety through whatever means necessary. "Your father never surrendered," she whispered to her belly as the first contractions began. "And neither will we." Outside, the world continued its transformation, kingdoms rising and falling, alliances forming and breaking, a new era taking shape from the ashes of the old. All because one man, facing death, had chosen to challenge the world rather than leave it quietly. Joel D. Roger had never surrendered. And the revolution he sparked would continue long after his death, carried forward by those who heard his message, who believed in his vision, who inherited his indomitable will. Including the child about to be born, who would carry not just Roger's blood but his legacy, a legacy of freedom, of truth, and of the courage to defy even death itself. Chapter 3, Dawn of a New Era. Rouge gasped as another contraction seized her body. Sweat plastered her strawberry blonde hair to her forehead as she gripped the edges of the small cot. The midwife dabbed her brow with a cool cloth, murmuring encouragements that barely registered through the pain. "Not yet," Rouge whispered between clenched teeth. "Not ready yet." The midwife exchanged worried glances with the doctor hovering nearby. "Miss Rouge, you've been in labor for nearly 20 hours. The baby wants to come." "No." Rouge's eyes flashed with fierce determination. 3 more weeks. I need 3 more weeks." Outside the small cottage, rain lashed against the windows. The remote South Blue Island had provided Rouge sanctuary for months, but marine vessels had been spotted with increasing frequency in nearby waters. The world government's hunt for Roger's child had grown frantic, systematic, merciless. The doctor approached, checking Rouge's vital signs with growing concern. "This isn't natural. The strain on your body will kill me." Rouge finished for him, a bitter smile crossing her face as the contraction subsided. I know. She had made her decision months ago, when she first discovered the extent of the world government's hunt. Using techniques learned from an ancient scroll Roger had found during their travels, Rouge had learned to manipulate her own body's processes, to delay her child's birth beyond normal human limits. Each day she held back the birth drained her life force, but each day also took them further from the window of time when the Marines expected Roger's child to be born. The baby's strong, the doctor admitted reluctantly. Healthy despite everything. But you can't keep this up indefinitely. Not indefinitely, Rouge agreed, her hand resting protectively over her swollen belly. Just long enough to throw them off the trail. A sudden pounding at the door made everyone freeze. The midwife hurried to the window, peering cautiously through the curtains. Marines, she hissed, fear evident in her voice. A vice admiral. Rouge's heart hammered in her chest. After everything, Roger's sacrifice, her months in hiding, the superhuman effort to protect their child, had they found her anyway? Hide, the doctor urged. There's a cellar beneath. No, Rouge cut him off, struggling to sit up. No more running. She fixed the midwife with a stern look. Who is it? Which vice admiral? The midwife took another look. Tall man. Gray hair despite not looking that old. Scar by his eye. Rouge sagged back against the pillows, a complex mixture of emotions crossing her face. Let him in. Just him, alone. But, do it, Rouge insisted. I know this man. Moments later, heavy footsteps approached her room. The door swung open to reveal Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, hero of the Marines, Roger's greatest rival, and the last person anyone would expect to come alone to the hiding place of the Pirate King's lover. Garp dismissed the doctor and midwife with a gruff gesture. They departed reluctantly, casting worried glances at Rouge as they closed the door. For a long moment, Garp simply stood there, rainwater dripping from his uniform, his expression unreadable as he took in Rouge's condition. You found me, Rouge said finally, too exhausted for pleasantries. Wasn't hard, Garp replied, his deep voice surprisingly gentle. Once I started looking. And have others started looking here too? Garp shook his head. Just me. Far as the world government knows, I'm chasing a lead in North Blue. Rouge studied him carefully. Why are you here, Garp? To arrest me? Take my baby when it's born. The Marine hero's weathered face creased with something that might have been pain. He pulled a small wooden chair to her bedside and sat heavily, suddenly looking every year of his age. Roger asked me to protect his child, he said bluntly. Rouge's eyes widened. When? Before the end. We met briefly during the chaos at Mariejois. Garp's gaze dropped to his massive hands, now clasped between his knees. He knew he wouldn't survive, knew what would happen afterward. He asked me, his damn enemy, to make sure his kid got a fair chance. A bitter laugh escaped Rouge, quickly turning into a grimace as another contraction hit. And you agreed? The Marine hero? Garp waited until her pain subsided before answering. Roger and I were enemies, yes. But there was always respect. And he hesitated. What the world government is doing now, hunting infants, executing pregnant women on mere suspicion, it isn't justice. It's fear. Desperation. Because Roger showed the world who they really are, Rouge whispered. Garp didn't confirm or deny this. Instead, he asked, what are you doing to yourself, Rouge? The doctor's terrified for you. Rouge's hand moved protectively over her belly. Buying time. The Marines are looking for a baby born within 9 months of Roger's death. I'm pushing it beyond that window. Understanding dawned on Garp's face, followed by horror. That kind of technique, it's killing you. A mother's sacrifice, Rouge replied simply. You have children, don't you, Garp? The question seemed to catch him off guard. A son. Dragon. The revolutionary? Rouge asked, surprise momentarily overcoming her pain. Garp's expression closed off immediately. We don't talk about that. Rouge laughed genuinely this time. The Marine hero's son leads the Revolutionary Army. Roger would have loved that irony. Roger knew, Garp admitted grudgingly. Teased me about it whenever we met. His expression grew serious again. Rouge, let the baby come. I'll protect the child, just as I promised Roger. She studied him intently. How? The world government won't stop hunting. East Blue, Garp said. My home territory. I know every island, every hiding place. I have people I trust, completely trust, who can raise the child in secret. As what? A prisoner? As a free person, Garp insisted. With a chance to choose their own path, without the world knowing whose blood they carry. Rouge closed her eyes, considering his words. The pain was becoming unbearable, not just the contractions, but the strain of holding back the natural process for months beyond what any human body was meant to endure. If I let go, she said finally, if I let our child be born now, you swear to me, on whatever honor you have, that you'll protect him from both the Marines and pirates. That he'll grow up free to make his own choices. I swear it, Garp said solemnly. On my life and honor. Rouge nodded slowly, tears forming in her eyes. His name is Ace, she whispered. Gold, Ace. A good name, Garp acknowledged. But for his protection, he'll need to use your family name, not Roger's. Portgas D. Ace, Rouge amended, testing the sound of it. Yes, that works too. She managed a weak smile. Roger liked both our names anyway. Garp stood, moving toward the door. I'll get the doctor back in here. Garp, Rouge called, stopping him. There's something else you should know. Roger's broadcast, it wasn't just about exposing the world government's past crimes. Garp turned back, his expression wary. He found something at Laugh Tale, Rouge continued. A prophecy of sorts, about someone who would come to fulfill what Roger himself couldn't. The true purpose of the D clan. Her hand rested on her belly. Our son might be that person. Or he might help bring that person into the world. All the more reason to keep him safe and anonymous, Garp replied. Let him discover his own destiny, not one forced on him by either his father's legacy or the world government's fear. Rouge nodded weakly, then gasped as another contraction seized her. This one felt different, more urgent, more final. The decision had been made, and her body knew it. Hurry, she managed. It's time. The baby's cry pierced the tense silence of the cottage, a defiant sound that seemed to challenge the storm still raging outside. Rouge lay exhausted on the sweat-soaked sheets, her skin ashen, her breathing shallow. The midwife wrapped the newborn boy in a clean blanket, tears streaming down her face. A son, she announced, placing the infant in Rouge's trembling arms. Strong and healthy. Rouge gazed down at her child, at Ace, taking in his perfect features, the wispy dark hair already growing on his tiny head. So much like Roger, yet uniquely himself. Hello, little one, she whispered. I'm your mother. And your father. Her voice broke. Your father was the freest man in the world. Garp stood at the foot of the bed, his massive frame somehow diminished by the weight of the moment. The doctor moved between them, frantically checking Rouge's vital signs, administering treatments that all three adults knew would ultimately prove futile. His father's son, Garp observed gruffly, looking at the baby's face. Got that same stubborn look already. Rouge managed a weak smile. Teach him to be kind, Garp. Roger was, beneath everything else. Kind and curious and in love with freedom. She stroked the baby's cheek with a finger that trembled from the effort. Don't let the world's hatred of his father make him hate himself. I won't, Garp promised. The baby squirmed in Rouge's arms, tiny fingers grasping at air. She brought him close, pressing her lips to his forehead one time, breathing in his scent as if to memorize it for an eternity she wouldn't have. "I'm so sorry I can't stay with you," she murmured against his skin. "But you have your father's will in you. I can feel it. You'll be strong. You'll be free." The effort of speaking drained what little remained of Rouge's strength. She looked up at Garp, her gaze clear and direct despite her fading life force. "Take him now," she said quietly. "Before anyone else knows he's born. Let the world think Rouge died still pregnant. Give him that protection, at least." Garp stepped forward, his calloused hand surprisingly gentle as he lifted the newborn from Rouge's arms. The baby fussed at the transition, tiny face scrunching in protest. "He's got spirit," Garp noted, a hint of approval in his voice. "Portgas d'Ace," Rouge whispered, her voice growing fainter. "Carry your name proudly. Find your own path. And know that both your parents loved you enough to die for your freedom." Her eyes drifted to the window, where the first faint light of dawn was breaking through the storm clouds. A smile touched her lips. "Roger," she murmured. "Look at our son. He's perfect." With those words, Portgas d. Rouge closed her eyes for the final time, her last breath escaping in a soft sigh. The room fell silent except for the baby's occasional whimpers and the diminishing patter of rain against the windows. Garp bowed his head, offering a moment of silent respect for the remarkable woman who had defied the world government, extended her pregnancy through sheer willpower, and given her life for her child's future. Whatever his feelings about Roger had been, he couldn't deny the courage of the Pirate King's chosen partner. The doctor checked Rouge's pulse, then shook his head sadly. The midwife began to weep openly, covering her face with her hands. "What happens now?" the doctor asked, looking to Garp. The Marine Vice Admiral straightened, decision crystallizing in his mind. "Now I keep my promise." He looked down at the infant in his arms. "This child dies today, along with his mother. That's the official report." "And unofficially?" the midwife asked through her tears. "Unofficially, he comes with me to East Blue. To people who won't ask questions about where he came from." Garp's expression hardened. "You two never saw this baby. Rouge died still pregnant. Understand?" They nodded solemnly. "I need a head start," Garp continued. 3 days. Delay reporting her death. Say she's clinging to life, that you're trying everything." The doctor wiped his eyes. "We can do that. For her. For the child." Garp wrapped the baby more securely in his blanket, then removed his Marine Vice Admiral coat, using it to further conceal the newborn. "One last thing," he said, pausing at the door. "Rouge died with honor. Remember that about her, when the world government tries to paint her as a criminal. She died protecting an innocent." With those words, Garp slipped out into the lingering rain, a tiny new life hidden within his massive arms, the legacy of the Pirate King and his lover now his sacred responsibility. In the weeks that followed, the world continued its tumultuous transformation. Roger's broadcast had irrevocably changed the balance of power, fracturing the monolithic authority of the world government. Some kingdoms openly rebelled, declaring independence and forming new alliances. Others remained loyal but demanded reforms, transparency, accountability. The Revolutionary Army, once a fringe group dismissed as terrorists, found itself flooded with recruits from every corner of the world. Most significantly, Roger's revelations about the Void Century had unleashed a wave of scholarly investigation. Historians who had previously avoided the subject for fear of government reprisal now openly sought the scattered evidence Roger had mentioned in his broadcast. The Rio Poneglyph, the true history, the ancient weapons, once forbidden subjects, became the focus of intense academic and popular interest. On Marineford, the highest echelons of the world government gathered for an emergency summit. The 5 elders of the Gorosei sat at one end of a massive table, their aged faces drawn with strain. Across from them, Fleet Admiral Kong and his top commanders represented the Marines. Between them, representatives from key world government ministries completed the Crisis Council. The situation continues to deteriorate, reported a thin man with intelligence dossiers stacked before him. 17 kingdoms have declared independence in the past month alone. Revolutionary cells operate openly in 32 more. And the Roger pirates demanded the oldest of the Goryeo. Scattered but active, the intelligence officer replied. Silver's Rayleigh disappeared immediately after Mariewa. Crocus returned to Twin Cape. Skopurgaban was last seen in the New World. The rest have gone underground, but we believe they're coordinating with revolutionary elements. Fleet Admiral Kong slammed his fist on the table. We need to make examples. Hunt down every last one of them, public executions. That approach has already failed, interrupted one of the younger Goryeo. The attempt to find and eliminate Roger's child has backfired spectacularly. Each pregnant woman or infant killed on suspicion creates 10 new enemies of the world government. An uncomfortable silence followed this blunt assessment. Vice Admiral Garp's report confirmed that the child died with the mother, the intelligence officer added. Port-Gas de Rouge managed to delay her pregnancy through unknown means, but both perished. Convenient, muttered one of the Goryeo. And we're certain of this? Garp is above suspicion, Kong stated firmly. His loyalty is absolute. If any present had doubts about this assertion, they kept them to themselves. Regardless, the eldest Goryeo continued, Roger's legacy extends far beyond a potential heir. His ideas have infected the world. His revelations about the Void Century, the ancient weapons, the true history, these pose a greater threat than any single individual. Then we counter with our own narrative, suggested a propaganda minister. We've already begun. Roger was delusional, dying, desperate for attention. His revelations were hallucinations, fabrications, the ravings of a madman. And who believes that? Challenged another Goryeo. The evidence he cited is being found, piece by piece. Scholars are connecting dots we've spent centuries keeping separate. Then we need a new approach entirely, Kong declared. A fundamental shift in how we maintain order. All eyes turned to him. The age of secrecy is over, Kong continued. Roger saw to that. So we embrace a limited version of transparency. Acknowledge portions of the history, but frame it in our context. Present the world government as necessary stabilizers after a chaotic period. Dangerous, warned the eldest Goryeo. Once we start admitting portions of the truth, the alternative is losing everything, Kong interrupted. Roger lit a fuse. We can either control the explosion or be destroyed by it. The debate continued for hours, strategies proposed and discarded, contingencies evaluated. In the end, a compromise emerged, a careful campaign of partial truths mixed with strategic misdirection, combined with increased military presence in unstable regions and selective concessions to kingdoms threatening rebellion. None present harbored illusions that these measures would fully restore the status quo. That world had died with Roger's broadcast. The best they could hope for now was to preserve enough of their power to rebuild in the coming years. As the meeting concluded, the intelligence officer approached Kong privately. There's one more thing, Fleet Admiral. Something not for the General Council. Kong raised an eyebrow, waiting. Sama has requested a private audience with you, the man said, his voice barely above a whisper. Regarding the ancient weapon. Kong's expression darkened. When? Immediately. As the others departed, Kong remained behind, preparing himself for an audience few ever experienced, with the shadowy ruler whose existence was unknown even to most world government officials. The true power behind the Goryeo, behind the entire world government structure. What passed between them would shape the world's future as profoundly as Roger's final acts had changed its present. Far from Marineford's political machinations, on a small island in East Blue, Vice Admiral Garp hiked up a mountain path, a bundle strapped securely to his chest. The baby within had been remarkably quiet during their journey, as if sensing the need for discretion. Garp approached a crude wooden structure hidden among the trees, more shack than house, with smoke curling from a crooked chimney. He pounded on the door with a force that threatened to tear it from its hinges. "Dayton," he bellowed. "Get out here." The door flew open to reveal a large woman with curly orange hair and a cigarette clenched between her teeth. Her expression shifted from anger to wariness when she recognized her visitor. "Garp." Dayton growled. "What the hell are you doing here? If it's about that business in the village last month, we had nothing to do with. I'm not here about your bandit activities." Garp cut her off, stepping past her into the shack. Several rough-looking men scattered at his entrance, disappearing into back rooms. "Then what?" Dayton demanded, closing the door. "The Marines finally firing you for being a crazy old." Her words died as Garp unwrapped the bundle from his chest, revealing the sleeping infant within. "What is that?" Each word fell like a stone. "A baby," Garp replied matter-of-factly. "His name is Ace." Dayton backed away, hands raised defensively. "Oh no. No, no, no. Whatever you're thinking, stop thinking it right now. You're going to raise him," Garp stated, as if announcing that water was wet. "Like hell I am." Dayton exploded. "We're mountain bandits, not a daycare center. Take it to an orphanage." Garp's expression remained immovable. "That's not an option." Something in his tone made Dayton pause. She studied the Marine's face, then looked more carefully at the baby. "Whose is it?" she asked, her voice lowered. "And don't give me some bullshit about finding him abandoned." Garp hesitated, weighing his words carefully. "If I tell you, your life depends on keeping it secret. Forever." Dayton's eyes widened. "That's serious?" "That's serious." She took a long drag on her cigarette, then stubbed it out decisively. "Fine." "Who?" Garp leaned closer, his voice a rumble. "GOLD, Roger and Portgas de Rouge." The color drained from Dayton's face. "You're insane," she whispered. "The world government is hunting." "Exactly," Garp cut her off. "Which is why he needs to disappear. Become just another kid being raised by mountain bandits. No connection to his parents, no special treatment." "Why me?" Dayton demanded. "Why not raise him yourself? A Marine vice admiral suddenly raising a baby? Too many questions." Garp's expression softened slightly. "And I can't give him what he needs day to day." "But you can." "This is blackmail," Dayton growled. "You're using what you know about our operations to force this on me." Garp didn't deny it. "Consider it your contribution to justice." "Justice?" Dayton laughed bitterly. "There's nothing just about hunting babies. Whatever Roger did, this isn't about what Roger did," Garp interrupted. "It's about what this child might do. The chance he deserves." The baby chose that moment to wake, dark eyes blinking open to study the unfamiliar surroundings. He didn't cry, just looked around with a focus unusual in a newborn. Despite herself, Dayton leaned closer. "He doesn't look like much." "Neither did his father, once," Garp replied. "Before he became the Pirate King." The baby, Ace, locked eyes with Dayton, his gaze uncommonly direct. Something passed between them, an assessment, a connection, impossible to define. "Damn it," Dayton muttered, reaching for the child almost against her will. "Fine. But you're providing support, food, clothes, medicine. And visiting to help. I'm not doing this alone." Garp smiled for the first time since arriving. "Wouldn't dream of it." He handed over the baby with surprising gentleness. "I'll check in regularly. Make sure he's growing strong." "He'll grow up rough here," Dayton warned, adjusting the baby awkwardly in her arms. "No fancy education or manners." "Good," Garp replied. The last thing he needs is to stand out. He reached out, his massive finger gently touching the baby's cheek. Just let him be a child, Dedan. Let him find his own way. As Garp prepared to leave, Dedan called after him, "What about the other one?" Garp turned back, confused. "Other one?" "The other baby the Marines are hunting. Dragon's child." Garp's face went completely blank. "I don't know what you're talking about." Dedan snorted. "Sure you don't. Just wondering if my little family is going to grow again soon." "Focus on this one," Garp advised, his voice carrying a warning edge. "And remember, his name is Ace. Portgas D. Ace. Nothing more, nothing less." With that, the Marine Vice Admiral departed, leaving Dedan holding the most dangerous baby in the world, the child of the Pirate King, the heir to a legacy that had already changed history. "Well, brat," she said to the infant, who continued to study her with those unsettlingly direct eyes, "looks like we're stuck with each other." Ace made a small sound, not quite a cry, more like a declaration. As if saying, "I'm here. Deal with it." Despite everything, Dedan smiled. "Yeah, you're definitely their kid." In the months that followed, the world settled into an uneasy new equilibrium. The world government maintained control over its core territories, but its absolute authority had been irrevocably broken. A new age had begun, messier, more chaotic, but also more free. On a small island in the first half of the Grand Line, Silvers Rayleigh sat on a beach, watching the sunset with a bottle of rum in hand. Footsteps approached from behind, familiar ones he'd known for decades. "Took you long enough," he said without turning. Shaki settled beside him on the sand, stealing his bottle for a swig. "Had to make sure I wasn't followed. The Marines are still hunting Roger pirates with impressive determination." "Some things never change," Rayleigh mused. "Even as everything else does." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, passing the bottle back and forth. "Have you heard from the others?" Shaki finally asked. "Scattered to the winds, as planned," Rayleigh replied. "Safer that way." The crew understood, Roger's final order was for each to find their own path. "And the woman?" "Rouge?" Rayleigh's expression darkened. "Dead. The baby too, according to official reports." "And unofficially?" A slight smile touched Rayleigh's lips. "I never believed that report. Not for a second." "Garp?" Shaki guessed. Rayleigh nodded. If anyone could hide Roger's child in plain sight, it would be him. He took another drink. "I'm not going to look, though. Better for the child to grow up without our shadows." "The world's changing, Ray," Shaki observed, watching the crimson sun sink toward the horizon. "Faster than anyone expected." Roger's broadcast was just the beginning. "He knew it would be," Rayleigh said softly. "That's why he did it. Not for immediate revolution, but to plant seeds." "Seeds that are growing now," Shaki agreed. "The scholars in O'Hara have begun publishing research that would have been treasonous a year ago. 3 more kingdoms declared independence last week. Even the celestial dragons are lying lower these days." Rayleigh laughed. Roger would have loved to see it. He always said the world was too set in its ways, too afraid to question authority. "And what about you?" Shaki asked, studying his profile in the fading light. "The Dark King could do a lot in this new world." "The Dark King is retiring," Rayleigh declared, raising the bottle in a toast. "My era is ending. I fulfilled my duty to my captain. Now it's time for the next generation to carry the torch." "To Roger," Shaki said, taking the bottle for her own toast. "The man who chose revolution over surrender." "To Roger," Rayleigh echoed. "The freest man I ever knew." In the New World, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, surveying his expanding fleet. 3 new ships had joined his ranks in recent months, captained by pirates seeking the protection and purpose his flag provided. Marco approached, his usual languid expression replaced by cautious concern. Red Hair's ship was spotted near the rendezvous point, Pops. He's requesting a meeting. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. The brat from Roger's crew? What does he want? Didn't say. But he's alone, no crew, just his ship. Curiosity piqued, Whitebeard nodded his permission. Hours later, a small vessel approached the Moby Dick. Standing tall on its deck was Shanks, his red hair longer now, a new seriousness in his bearing that hadn't been there during his apprentice days. The young pirate boarded without hesitation, approaching Whitebeard with neither fear nor arrogance, just purpose. Edward Newgate, Shanks greeted him formally. Thank you for seeing me. Whitebeard studied him carefully. You've grown, brat. What brings a former Roger pirate to my territory? A proposition, Shanks replied. And information you should have. Over the next hour, they talked privately in Whitebeard's cabin. When they emerged, something had changed, a respect between them that transcended their difference in age and standing. You're sure about this path? Whitebeard asked as Shanks prepared to depart. It's not what Roger would have expected from you. Shanks smiled, touching the straw hat that hung from a cord around his neck. Roger taught us to find our own way. This is mine. His expression grew serious again. The world needs stability now, not just freedom. Balance. That's what I'm working toward. The Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard mused. Has a certain ring to it. We'll meet again, Shanks promised, extending his hand. Probably not always as allies. Whitebeard laughed, engulfing the younger pirate's hand in his massive palm. I'd be disappointed if we were. Go make your mark, Red Hair. Just remember what Roger stood for. Every day, Shanks assured him. That's a promise I'll never break. As Shanks's ship disappeared over the horizon, Marco approached his captain once more. What did he want, Pops? Whitebeard's expression was thoughtful. To establish boundaries. To ensure the chaos Roger unleashed doesn't destroy what he was fighting for. The massive pirate smiled slightly. The boy has vision. He'll be a force to reckon with someday. Should we be concerned? Marco asked. No, Whitebeard decided. We should be watching. The world is reshaping itself. New powers rising, old ones adapting. He looked across his fleet, pride evident in his gaze. Our family will have its place in whatever comes next. Roger guaranteed that with his final act. His mind turned to the other information Shanks had shared, about a child supposedly dead, about Garp's secret mission, about the legacy of the Pirate King living on despite the world government's best efforts to extinguish it. Some secrets were best kept, even from his own crew. For now. In O'Hara, the tree of knowledge stood tall against the night sky, its windows glowing with lamplight despite the late hour. Inside, scholars pored over ancient texts with new purpose and freedom. Professor Clover, head of the archaeological team, looked up from his work as a young girl approached, her arms laden with books. Robin, he chided gently, it's past your bedtime. 8-year-old Nico Robin shook her head stubbornly. I'm helping. These books all mention the same symbol that the Pirate King talked about in his broadcast. Clover sighed, unable to argue with her logic or her determination. Ever since Roger's global revelation, Robin had thrown herself into research with even greater intensity, her natural scholarly instincts sharpened by the validation of questions she'd always been told not to ask. Very well, he conceded. But just one more hour. As Robin settled back into her reading, Clover exchanged glances with Professor Iris across the table. The entire academic community had been energized by Roger's broadcast, restrictions that had hampered their research for decades suddenly lifted as public opinion shifted. The Void Century was no longer taboo but the hottest subject in academic circles. She's remarkable, Iris murmured, nodding toward Robin. Her insights about the poneglyphs yesterday. She has a gift, Clover agreed. And now, perhaps, a future where she can use it freely. Outside, unknown to the scholars working so diligently, a marine ship approached the island, one flying the flag of special operations. Aboard, Vice Admiral Spandine reviewed his orders with cold precision. The world government's new strategy had limits. Some knowledge remained too dangerous to be freely shared. Some research too threatening to the fragile new balance of power. O'Hara had been designated a priority target, not for immediate action, but for careful monitoring. The scholars were now walking a dangerous line between permitted research and what the Gorosei still considered existential threats. For young Robin and her mentors, the freedom Roger had fought for remained incomplete, conditional, and more precarious than they realized. 2 years passed. On Dawn Island in East Blue, Garp hiked the familiar path to Dayton's mountain hideout, a bag of provisions slung over his shoulder. His visits had become more regular than either he or Dayton had initially expected. He found Ace playing outside, a sturdy toddler now, with wild black hair and fierce eyes that held his father's intensity and his mother's determination. The boy was attempting to lift a stick twice his size, his tiny face scrunched in concentration. "Working hard, I see," Garp observed, dropping his bag. Ace looked up, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He didn't smile, rarely did, but he abandoned his stick to approach the massive man who visited every few months. "Strong," the toddler declared, lifting his arms to display non-existent muscles. "Getting there," Garp agreed seriously. "But you need more training." Dayton emerged from the house, cigarette dangling from her lips as always. "Don't start with your training nonsense. He's barely 2. "Never too early to build a marine," Garp replied automatically. Dayton snorted. "Right. Because that's exactly what his parents would have wanted." Garp shot her a warning look, but Ace was already distracted by the bag of provisions, investigating whether it contained anything interesting. "He's healthy?" Garp asked, his gruff voice softening slightly. "Strong as an ox," Dayton confirmed. "Stubborn too. Gets into everything, fears nothing." A reluctant affection colored her tone. "The other bandits are wrapped around his finger, though they'd never admit it." Garp nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Good. He'll need that strength." "He asks questions," Dayton added more quietly. "About where he came from. Why he doesn't have parents like the kids in the village." "What do you tell him?" "That they're gone. That they were good people who loved him." Dayton exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I don't mention names. I'm not stupid." "He's too young to understand anyway," Garp said. "When he's older, we'll figure it out then." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion from the bag. Ace had managed to open it and was now wrestling with a large sweet potato nearly as big as his head. "Mine," he declared to no one in particular. Garp laughed, a booming sound that echoed through the trees. "Just like your father," he said before he could stop himself. "Always claiming treasures." Ace looked up at him curiously, as if sensing the significance of the words. But the moment passed, the toddler's attention returning to his prize. Later, as evening fell and Ace dozed by the fire, Garp shared a drink with Dayton outside the hut. "The world's still changing," he told her, gazing up at the star-filled sky. "Roger set something in motion that none of us fully understood." "For better or worse?" Dayton asked. Garp considered the question. "Both, probably. The world government isn't what it was. Some of the worst abuses have been curtailed. More freedom in some kingdoms, more oppression in others as the government tries to maintain control. And the hunt for Roger's child? Officially abandoned," Garp replied. "Unofficially, there are still those who believe the child lives. Who would kill Ace without hesitation if they found him?" Dayton's gaze shifted to the hut where the boy slept. "Then they'll have to go through me first." Garp smiled slightly, surprised by the fierce protectiveness that had developed in the reluctant caretaker. "And me," he added. Though it would cost me everything. You really cared about them, didn't you? Dayton asked suddenly. Roger and Rouge. Garp was silent for a long moment. Roger was my greatest enemy, he said finally. And one of the few men I truly respected. Rouge. I barely knew her, but what she did for her child. He shook his head, words failing him. And now you're raising their son to be a Marine, Dayton observed with dark humor. I'm raising him to be a good man, Garp corrected. The rest is up to him. He took another drink. Though a Marine would be better than a pirate. Dayton laughed. With those parents? Good luck. Inside the hut, little Ace stirred in his sleep, dreaming dreams too big for his young mind to fully comprehend, of seas without horizons, of absolute freedom, of a legacy he had yet to discover. The years continued to pass. The world Roger had transformed settled into new patterns, not the peace the world government had enforced for centuries, but a dynamic equilibrium of competing powers and ideologies. The Revolutionary Army grew from a fringe movement into a legitimate political force, with strongholds throughout the Blues and even parts of the Grand Line. Dragon, its enigmatic leader, became as feared by the world government as Roger had been, but for different reasons. Where Roger had exposed the truth about the past, Dragon threatened the power structure of the present. Piracy, rather than diminishing after the Pirate King's death, flourished in the new, more chaotic world. Thousands set sail, inspired by Roger's final broadcast and the freedom he represented. Most failed, but some prospered, creating a new generation of pirates with dreams as vast as the seas they sailed. The Marines adapted, reorganizing under Fleet Admiral Kong's pragmatic leadership. Less emphasis on hunting pirates for ideology, more on protecting civilians and trade routes. The definition of justice itself seemed to be evolving, becoming less absolute, more nuanced. And throughout it all, Roger's legacy continued to shape events in ways both obvious and subtle. On Dawn Island, 6-year-old Ace raced through the forest, a makeshift spear in his hand, wild joy on his face as he hunted his dinner. The mountain had become his domain, its dangers his playground. Dayton's attempts to civilize him had largely failed. He was a child of nature, of freedom. He knew nothing of his parentage yet, only that he had none, that he was alone but for Dayton's bandits and the occasionally visiting grandfather, Garp. This suited him fine. Alone meant free. Alone meant answering to no one. Until the day Garp arrived with another child in tow. This is Luffy, the Marine Vice Admiral announced, presenting a tiny boy with wide eyes and an impossibly wide grin. My grandson. He's going to live here now too. Ace glared at the intruder from a safe distance, resentment boiling inside him. His mountain. His forest. His bandits. Now he was expected to share with this grinning idiot. Hi. Luffy called, waving enthusiastically. I'm Luffy. Let's be friends. Ace turned and vanished into the forest without a word. Give him time, Garp advised his grandson. Ace isn't used to having friends. Luffy's smile never dimmed. That's okay. I'll wait. Dayton, watching this exchange with a cigarette clamped between her teeth, sighed heavily. Another one? Are you building an army, Garp? Something like that, the Marine replied cryptically. Later, after Luffy had been settled and Ace had returned sullenly for dinner, Garp pulled Dayton aside. Keep them together, he instructed quietly. Ace needs this, whether he knows it or not. Needs what? An annoying shadow? Dayton scoffed. A brother, Garp corrected. Someone who doesn't care about his past or his future. Someone who just wants to be his friend in the present. Dayton studied the two boys, Ace determinedly ignoring Luffy, Luffy chattering away obliviously. They're nothing alike. No, Garp agreed. And that's exactly why they need each other. What neither Dayton nor Garp could have predicted was how quickly Luffy would break through Ace's defenses, not through force or manipulation, but through simple, stubborn persistence. The younger boy endured Ace's rejection, his cruelty, his traps, with undiminished enthusiasm and an absolute refusal to give up on their friendship. By the time Garp returned 3 months later, the dynamic had shifted. Ace still maintained a gruff exterior, but Luffy followed him everywhere, and Ace's protests had grown perfunctory. They hunted together, fought together, stole together, becoming inseparable despite their differences. "Told you," Garp said smugly to Dayton as they watched the boys spar in the clearing outside the hut. "Lucky guess," Dayton muttered, but she couldn't deny the change in Ace, a softening around the edges, a protective instinct toward the younger boy, and most remarkably, occasional smiles. What none of them realized was that in bringing these two together, the son of the Pirate King and the son of the revolutionary, Garp had created a bond that would one day shake the world as profoundly as Roger's final broadcast had done. The seeds Roger had planted continued to grow, nurtured by the next generation, blooming in ways not even he could have foreseen. 10 years after Roger's death, the world had transformed beyond recognition. The absolute authority of the world government had given way to a more complex power structure, still dominant in many regions, but challenged openly in others. Revolutionary ideology had spread from the shadows into mainstream political discourse. Pirates roamed the seas in unprecedented numbers, many inspired by romanticized versions of Roger's life and death that had emerged in popular culture. In Mariehua, the Gorosei gathered for their annual assessment of global stability. The 5 elders, visibly aged from the stress of the past decade, reviewed reports from across the world. "The situation has stabilized somewhat," noted the youngest of them. "Revolutionary activity has plateaued in the East and South Blues. At unacceptably high levels," countered another. "And the New World remains virtually ungovernable outside our direct territories. Piracy continues to increase," added a third. "The Marines intercept more rookie crews each year, yet more keep coming." The eldest Gorosei, his face deeply lined with age and worry, tapped a particular report. "And what of this? The ancient weapons research?" Silence fell across the table. After Roger's broadcast, public knowledge of the ancient weapons had become impossible to contain. Scholars worldwide began researching what had once been forbidden knowledge. The world government strategy had shifted from suppression to control, monitoring research, eliminating only the most dangerous discoveries, and accelerating their own weapons development. "Progress is concerning," the intelligence director admitted. "Dr. Vegapunk's replacement has rebuilt much of what was lost when Rouge sabotaged the original weapon. But without the key component she stole, full activation remains impossible." "And Rouge's component?" "Still missing. Presumably hidden or destroyed before her death." The eldest Gorosei sighed heavily. "So we are in a race to find or recreate the missing piece before our enemies discover the other ancient weapons." No one contradicted him. The stakes were understood by all. "And what of Imsama's directives?" asked one of the other elders. "About the D clan being implemented," the intelligence director confirmed. "We've identified several individuals carrying the initial, beyond the known cases. Surveillance is in place." "Not good enough," the eldest Gorosei said sharply. "Roger was just one D, and look what he accomplished. We cannot risk another rising to similar prominence." "The most dangerous have been neutralized," the director assured him. "Rouge's child died with her. Dragon remains a threat, but his movements are tracked. Jaguar D. Sol was eliminated after the O'Hara incident." What went unsaid but understood was the directive from the mysterious Im, the shadow ruler whose existence was known only to those in this room. After Roger's broadcast, Im had emerged from seclusion to issue a rare direct order: the D clan must be contained. Not exterminated, that had proven counterproductive, but watched, controlled, and if necessary, strategically eliminated. The meeting continued long into the night, strategies debated and refined, contingencies established. When dawn broke over Mariehua, the 5 old men departed with the weight of their decisions heavy on their shoulders. None of them noticed the small, unassuming Den Den Mushi in the corner of the room, one that had transmitted their entire conversation to a listener thousands of miles away. In a hidden revolutionary base, Dragon set down his receiver, his tattooed face thoughtful as he considered what he'd heard. "They're still afraid," he observed to his chief of staff. 10 years later, and they still fear what Roger started. "With good reason," replied Sabo, a young blonde man with a burn scar across one eye. "The revolution continues to spread." Dragon's gaze shifted to a map on the wall, not a geographical map, but a network of connections, showing revolutionary cells, sympathetic kingdoms, allied pirate crews, and independent operators who shared their goals. Roger didn't just challenge the world government's power, Dragon mused. He challenged their right to rule. That's a much more dangerous idea. He turned to Sabo. "What news from East Blue?" "Our contacts report Garp visited Dawn Island again last month. The boys are growing strong." Dragon nodded, satisfaction evident in his normally impassive features. "And they still don't know?" "Nothing about their lineage," Sabo confirmed. "They believe they're just ordinary orphans." A rare smile touched Dragon's lips. "There's nothing ordinary about either of them." He turned back to the map, his expression growing serious again. "The Gorosei are right to fear the D clan. But they don't understand why." "Sir." Dragon traced a pattern on the map, connecting points that represented known D carriers across the world. Roger knew. That's what he found at Laugh Tale. The true purpose of the D clan throughout history. "Which is?" Sabo prompted when Dragon fell silent. "To bring dawn after the long night," Dragon replied cryptically. "Roger started it. Others will finish it." His finger rested on Dawn Island. "Including them." On that same Dawn Island, deep in the mountain forest, 12-year-old Ace and 9-year-old Luffy stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the distant ocean. Beside them, their newest brother, Sabo, who had run away from them months ago to pursue his own path, was commemorated by a crude marker and 3 sake cups. "Do you think he made it?" Luffy asked, his normally irrepressible spirit subdued by grief. "To become free?" Ace's expression hardened. "Of course he did." Sabo was strong. Neither boy fully believed it. They had witnessed the celestial dragon's attack on Sabo's small boat, had seen the explosion that likely claimed their brother's life. But denial was easier than acceptance. "We have to live without regrets," Ace declared, echoing words Sabo had written in his final letter. "For his sake too." Luffy nodded solemnly. "When I become Pirate King, I'll do it for Sabo too." Ace cuffed him lightly on the head, an affectionate gesture that had replaced the genuine violence of their early relationship. "You can't even swim, idiot. How are you going to be Pirate King?" "I'll find a way." Luffy insisted. "I'm going to have the greatest adventure ever. See the whole world. Be the freest person alive." Something flickered in Ace's eyes at those words, a strange resonance he couldn't identify. The freest person, huh? Yeah. Like Gold Roger was. Before they executed him. Ace's expression darkened instantly. "Don't talk about him." Luffy blinked in confusion. "Why not? Everyone says he was amazing. That broadcast he did changed everything." "Makino told me, I don't care what people say," Ace cut him off harshly. "Roger was just a pirate who got caught in the end." The vehemence in Ace's voice surprised even himself. He didn't know why he reacted so strongly to mentions of the Pirate King, only that he'd always felt a visceral, inexplicable anger at the name. As if Roger had personally wronged him somehow. Luffy, with his usual inability to read the room, pressed on. But he chose not to surrender. That's what everyone says made him special. He could have just died quietly, but instead enough. Ace snapped. "Let's head back. It's getting late." As they made their way through the forest, Ace's mind churned with confused emotions. Why did Roger's name affect him so strongly? Why did words like freedom and adventure resonate so deeply in his soul? Sometimes he felt as if he was missing something important about himself, some key that would explain the restlessness in his blood, the fire in his heart. That night, while Luffy snored loudly beside him, Ace slipped out of their shared bedroom and found Dayton alone, drinking on the porch as she often did after the others had gone to sleep. "Can't sleep, brat?" she asked, not unkindly. Ace sat beside her, unusually subdued. "Dayton, my parents." "Who were they?" The bandit leader nearly choked on her drink. "Why are you asking about that now?" "Just curious," Ace lied, staring at his hands. "Luffy talks about his dad sometimes, even though he's never met him. I don't even know my parents' names." Dayton took a long drink, buying time. Garp had given her strict instructions about this topic, but the boy was 12 now. Old enough for at least some of the truth. "They were good people," she said carefully. "Your mother especially. She died bringing you into this world." "And my father?" Dayton hesitated even longer this time. "He died around the same time. He was a strong man. Lived life on his own terms." "Was he a criminal?" Ace asked bluntly. "Is that why no one will talk about him?" The accuracy of the question startled Dayton. "What makes you ask that?" Ace shrugged, trying to appear casual. "The way people act when I ask. The way Garp changes the subject. It's obvious they did something bad." "Not bad," Dayton corrected before she could stop herself. "Just, against the rules. Like bandits?" Ace suggested. Dayton snorted. "Bigger than bandits, kid." "Pirates then," Ace concluded. Dayton neither confirmed nor denied this, but her silence was answer enough for the perceptive boy. "Thanks," Ace said, standing abruptly. "That's all I wanted to know." As he turned to go, Dayton called after him, "Ace. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you imagine about them, remember they loved you. Your mother proved that with her last breath." Ace paused, absorbing this. Then, without another word, he disappeared back into the house. In the years that followed, Ace never asked again. But the seed had been planted, a question of identity, of legacy, of belonging. Combined with the natural rebellion of adolescence and his inherent thirst for freedom, it would eventually drive him to the sea, following footsteps he didn't yet realize were his father's. 17 years after Roger's broadcast shook the foundations of the world, Dawn Island witnessed another departure, Monkey D. Luffy, now 17, setting sail in a tiny boat with nothing but boundless optimism and an indomitable will. "I'm going to be king of the pirates," he shouted to anyone who would listen, his trademark straw hat, a gift from the now famous red-haired Shanks, secured firmly on his head. The villagers who gathered to see him off exchanged knowing glances. They'd heard this declaration thousands of times over the years. Few believed it possible, but none doubted his determination. What none of them knew, not even Luffy himself, was how directly his journey would connect to the man whose title he sought to claim. The Pirate King's legacy had shaped the world Luffy was sailing into in ways both obvious and subtle. The increased pirate activity, the Revolutionary Army's growing influence, the shifting balance of power between Marines and outlaws, all traced back to Roger's final defiance. As Luffy's boat disappeared over the horizon, Mayor Whoop Slap shook his head in resignation. "First Ace, now Luffy. Garp will be furious." "Those boys were never going to stay," Makino replied, smiling sadly. "They have too much of their fathers in them." Whoop Slap shot her a warning look. "We don't talk about that." "Maybe we should," Makino suggested. "The world is different now than when Roger died. Less dangerous to be associated with him or Dragon." "Still dangerous enough," the mayor insisted. "Best those boys find their own way, make their own names." What neither of them could have predicted was how quickly Luffy would begin doing exactly that, gathering a crew of misfits and dreamers, challenging established powers, and carving his own legend across the seas. 3 months after Luffy's departure, in the New World, Whitebeard stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, reading a newly arrived newspaper with interest. "Something amusing, Pops?" Marco asked, noticing his captain's smile. Whitebeard handed over the paper, which featured a blurry photo of a skinny boy in a straw hat, standing triumphantly atop the ruins of what had once been a marine base. "Never heard of him," Marco commented, reading the modest bounty listing. "Keep watching," Whitebeard advised. "That boy has a familiar look about him." "Roger's look?" Marco asked quietly, their captain's connection to the Pirate King common knowledge among the senior crew. "No," Whitebeard corrected. "His own. But the same hunger for freedom." He chuckled deeply. "I wonder if Ace has seen this." As if summoned by the mention of his name, Portgas D. Ace appeared on deck, returning from his latest mission as commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Now 20, Ace had grown into a powerful young man whose reputation was beginning to rival even his hidden parentage. The tattoo on his back, a Jolly Roger with Whitebeard's symbol, represented his chosen family, the one he had found rather than the one he had been born to. "Ace!" Whitebeard called. "Come see this. Your little brother is making waves." Surprise and pride warred on Ace's face as he examined the newspaper. "That idiot," he said, but his tone conveyed affection rather than criticism. "Always rushing headlong into trouble." What no one mentioned, though many thought it, was the irony of Roger's son now calling Whitebeard father, while remaining ignorant of his true parentage. Ace had learned the truth about his biological father years ago, a discovery that had initially filled him with rage and self-loathing. But he had chosen to reject that legacy, to forge his own path, to find a father figure worthy of his respect in Edward Newgate. "He's going to need watching," Ace mused, still studying Luffy's photo. "He has no idea what he's sailing into." "Planning a reunion?" Marco asked with a knowing smile. Ace grinned, his resemblance to Roger briefly striking to those who had known the Pirate King. "Maybe. Once he's had a chance to make his own way a bit." His expression grew more serious. "The sea's more dangerous now than when we were kids. The balance Roger shattered has never fully reformed." This was true. 17 years after the broadcast that changed everything, the world remained in flux, revolutionary forces gaining ground in some regions, the world government reasserting control in others, pirates and independent kingdoms carving out their own spheres of influence. The new age that had begun with Roger's death continued to evolve, its final shape still undetermined. "Let him find his own way," Whitebeard advised. "Just as you did." Ace nodded, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "I wonder if he knows yet," he mused. "About his father. About mine. Does it matter?" Marco asked. "You both chose your own paths, regardless of where you came from. That's what Roger gave the world, in the end," Whitebeard observed. "Not just the truth about the past, but the freedom to choose the future." He raised his massive bicento in a salute to the distant horizon. "To the man who never surrendered, and the new generation he inspired." "To Roger," Ace said quietly, surprising those around him. His relationship with his biological father's memory remained complex, but time had tempered his anger with understanding. "And to whatever comes next." In the depths of Impel Down, the world government's most secure prison, a solitary figure sat in the lowest level, chains of sea prism stone binding his ancient frame. Former Cypher Pole director Spandine, now in his 80s, had fallen far from his days of power. His role in the O'Hara massacre, once a classified triumph of world government security, had become public knowledge after Roger's revelations sparked renewed investigation into the Void Century. When the world's attitude toward such knowledge shifted, scapegoats had been needed. Spandine, already retired, had been the perfect sacrifice to appease public outrage. The sound of approaching footsteps roused him from his bitter thoughts. Visitors were rare in Level 6, reserved for those the world government wished to erase from history rather than make examples of. A hooded figure appeared before his cell, dismissing the guards with a gesture that spoke of absolute authority. Director Spandine, a soft voice greeted him. The old man squinted through the gloom. Who addresses me by a title I no longer possess? The visitor lowered their hood, revealing the ageless features of him, the shadow ruler whose existence was unknown even to most world government officials. Spandine fell to his knees, chains clanking, overcome by the unexpected honor and terror of this visitation. My lord, he gasped. I don't understand. Rise, I'm commanded. I have questions only you can answer. Spandine struggled to his feet, confusion evident on his gaunt face. I've told the investigators everything about O'Hara. There's nothing more. This isn't about O'Hara, I'm interrupted. It's about something that happened afterward. A child who escaped your purge. Understanding dawned in Spandine's rheumy eyes. Nico Robin. The demon child. Not a child anymore, I'm corrected. A woman. One who has recently joined forces with a certain pirate crew that concerns us greatly. Straw Hat Luffy, Spandine whispered, the name familiar even in his isolation. News of the rookie pirate's exploits had penetrated even Impel Down's walls, carried by guards who gossiped despite regulations. Indeed. Im's voice remained eerily calm. Tell me everything you remember about the girl. Every detail, no matter how insignificant it seemed at the time. For the next hour, Spandine recounted everything, the child's unnatural intelligence, her devil fruit power, the archaeological knowledge she had absorbed before O'Hara's destruction. Im listened without interruption, only occasionally nodding. And you're certain she can read the poneglyphs? Im asked when Spandine finally fell silent. If she couldn't then, she certainly can now, the old man confirmed. The scholars were training her specifically for that purpose. Im's expression remained impassive, but a subtle tension in their posture betrayed concern. So the Straw Hat crew now possesses the one thing Roger had, the ability to interpret the ancient language. My lord, Spandine ventured cautiously, if I may ask, why come to me with this? Surely the world government's current intelligence is compromised. I'm finished for him. Roger's broadcast did more damage than anyone realized. It planted seeds of doubt in loyal hearts, made people question orders they would once have followed blindly. Their voice hardened. We can no longer trust our own systems implicitly. The implications of this admission staggered Spandine. If the shadow ruler of the world couldn't trust their own intelligence apparatus, what happens now, he dared to ask. Im turned to leave, pausing only briefly at the cell door. Now we accelerate our plans. The ancient weapon must be fully activated before Straw Hat reaches Laugh Tale. The cycle must be broken. And if he does reach it? If history repeats? Im's answer chilled Spandine to his marrow. Then we implement the empty century protocol. If the truth cannot be hidden, it can still be rendered meaningless, along with everything and everyone who knows it. With those ominous words, Im vanished into the shadows, leaving Spandine alone with the horrifying knowledge of contingency plans he'd never been cleared to know, plans that had apparently existed since the Void Century itself. Roger, the old man whispered to his empty cell, what did you really start with that broadcast? 20 years to the day after GOLD. Roger's death had changed the world. A new revolution was brewing, not from a broadcast this time, but from the actions of a new generation inspired by the Pirate King's example. On Raftel, or Laugh Tale, as Roger had named it in his broadcast, a small crew stood before the final poneglyph, the one that revealed the true history in its entirety. The Straw Hat Pirates had achieved what only one crew before them had managed, navigating the Grand Line's perils to reach the final island. This is it, Nico Robin said softly, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols with reverence. The complete truth Roger discovered. Luffy, now 23 and bearing the scars of countless battles, watched her work with uncharacteristic patience. The straw hat that had once belonged to Shanks, and before him, to Roger's first mate Rayleigh, rested on his back, its ribbon fluttering in the gentle breeze. So what does it say? He asked finally. About the Void Century. The ancient weapons. The will of D. Robin looked up, tears streaming down her face despite her smile. It says, we were right to come. That the world needs to change again. That what Roger started, we must finish. As she explained the Poneglyph's contents to her crew, a similar scene was unfolding thousands of miles away, in Mariehua. The 5 elders, now truly ancient, the youngest among them over 90, gathered around a communication device unlike any other in the world. A direct line to him, who had retreated to the deepest chamber beneath the Holy Land. It's confirmed, the eldest reported, his voice quavering with age and fear. Straw Hat has reached Laugh Tale. The archaeologist is deciphering the Rio Poneglyph as we speak. Im's voice came through the device, distorted but unmistakable. Then we have no choice. Begin the awakening sequence. The ancient weapon must be fully activated before they can act on what they've learned. But the consequences, one of the elders began, are preferable to the alternative. Im cut him off. Roger forced our hand once by refusing to surrender. We won't allow his successor the same opportunity. In a chamber deep beneath Mariehua, a team of scientists worked feverishly around a reconstructed device, the ancient weapon that Rouge had partially disabled 20 years earlier. Dr. Vegapunk's successor, a cold-eyed woman named Diar Mordred, supervised the operation with clinical detachment. Power levels at 60% and rising, she reported. Targeting systems online. The replacement component, demanded a world government official. Functioning within acceptable parameters, Dr. Mordred confirmed. Not as stable as the original would have been, but sufficient for our purposes. What none of them knew was that the replacement component contained a fatal flaw, one deliberately engineered decades ago by Dr. Vegapunk himself, who had foreseen this moment and prepared accordingly. His apparent cooperation with the world government had masked a profound ethical concern about the weapon's potential. As activation progressed, subtle anomalies began appearing in the system, too subtle for anyone but Vegapunk himself to recognize. The weapon would activate, yes, but not in the way the world government intended. Back on Laugh Tale, Robin finished explaining the Poneglyph's revelation to her stunned crewmates. The true history of the world, the purpose of the D clan, the original intention of the ancient weapons, all of it painted a picture vastly different from what they had imagined. So the ancient weapons weren't meant for destruction, Nami summarized, struggling to comprehend. They were safeguards, designed to prevent a catastrophe that nearly ended the world during the Void Century. Robin nodded. The ancient kingdom created them as a system of checks and balances. But when the 20 kings who formed the world government defeated them, they seized one weapon and hid the others, perverting their purpose. And now the world government's trying to use the one they have, Luffy concluded, his normally carefree expression hardened with resolve. To maintain their power, just like they tried to when Roger found this place. But Roger couldn't stop them directly, Robin continued. He was dying. The best he could do was broadcast the truth and hope others would carry on the fight. She looked around at her nakama. That's us. That's what we have to do now. Luffy stood, his decision made with the simple clarity that had carried him through every challenge. Then we stop them. We finish what Roger started. At that moment, across the world, a massive energy surge erupted from beneath Mariehua. The ancient weapon had activated, but not as intended. Instead of targeting the Revolutionary Army bases or emerging pirate strongholds as planned, the energy wave surged upward, engulfing Mariehua itself. Dr. Mordred stared at her instruments in horror. It's inverted. The targeting system has reversed. Shut it down, screamed the world government official. I can't, Mordred replied, genuine fear cracking her professional demeanor. It's following its original programming, the safeguards Vegapunk built in without telling anyone. Above them, the holy land of Mariehua, seat of the world government's power for 8 centuries, began to crumble. The energy wave wasn't destructive in the conventional sense, it didn't explode or incinerate. Instead, it seemed to unravel the very foundations of the massive structure, revealing ancient mechanisms that had lain dormant since the Void Century. As the celestial dragons fled in panic, as marines rushed to evacuate civilians, as the world watched in stunned disbelief through Den mushy broadcasts, the truth became clear. Mariehwa itself was built upon one of the ancient weapons, its foundations incorporating technology from the civilization the 20 kings had destroyed. And now that technology was awakening, reclaiming its original purpose. In the Red Line's shadow, revolutionary ships approached, led by Dragon himself. He had anticipated this moment for years, positioning his forces to act when the inevitable crisis came. Not to attack, but to contain, to ensure that whatever happened next didn't spiral into global catastrophe. Just like Roger predicted, he murmured, watching the unfolding chaos through a spyglass. The world government would eventually grow desperate enough to activate what they didn't understand. Beside him stood a young man few would recognize, Sabo, once believed dead by his sworn brothers Ace and Luffy, now Dragon's chief of staff and second-in-command. "Should we engage?" Sabo asked, flames flickering around his fists as his Mera Mera no Mi power activated in anticipation. Dragon shook his head. "Not yet. First, we watch. This is what the D clan has waited for since the Void Century, the moment when the world resets itself." Across the ocean, similar scenes played out. Whitebeard's fleet, now commanded by Marco after the old captain's death, moved to protect civilian populations from potential fallout. Red-haired Shanks gathered his allies for what might come next. And from Laugh Tale, the Straw Hat crew set course for the rapidly transforming Mariehwa, determined to ensure that whatever emerged from this chaos reflected the truth they had learned rather than fear or opportunism. The revolution Roger had begun with his broadcast 20 years earlier was reaching its climax, not through violence or conquest, but through the inevitable collision of truth with power, of the past with the future. In the final chamber beneath the crumbling Holy Land, Im stood alone, watching ancient systems activate around them. Their expression showed not fear but grim acceptance, as if they had always known this day would come, had merely hoped to delay it beyond their lifetime. "So it ends," they murmured. "Not with the world's destruction, but with its rebirth." Perhaps this is what Roger intended all along. As the chamber began to glow with unearthly light, Im closed their eyes. The cycle that had begun with the Void Century was completing itself, not through the world government's design, but through the accumulated choices of countless individuals who had refused to surrender their freedom or their truth. Just as Roger had refused to surrender 20 years ago, choosing revolution over quiet death. 1 month later, as the dust literally and figuratively settled, a new world order began taking shape. Mariehwa had not been destroyed but transformed, its hidden technology now exposed for all to see, its purpose revealed as part of a global system designed by the ancient kingdom to maintain balance rather than dominance. The world government as it had existed for 8 centuries was no more. In its place, a transitional council had formed, representatives from kingdoms, revolutionary forces, and even pirate alliances working to design a more equitable system. On a small island in East Blue, Dawn Island, where both Luffy and Ace had grown up, Monkey D. Garp sat on a cliff overlooking the sea. Now in his 70s, the legendary Marine had survived to see everything change again. Beside him stood his son, Dragon, their estrangement finally ended by the momentous events they had both helped shape. Roger would have enjoyed this, Garp observed, watching ships with various flags sail freely in the distance. The chaos, the possibilities. Dragon nodded. He understood what the rest of us took decades to realize, that systems built on lies eventually collapse under their own weight. "And you?" Garp asked, glancing sideways at his revolutionary son. "Was this what you fought for all those years?" "Not exactly this," Dragon admitted. "But something like it. A world where truth isn't criminal, where power answers to people rather than the reverse." Garp chuckled. "And here I spent my life enforcing the very system you were trying to tear down. Yet you protected Roger's son," Dragon pointed out. You gave Ace a chance when the world government would have killed him in his cradle. Perhaps we weren't as far apart as we thought. Before Garp could respond, a familiar voice called from down the path. Grandpa. Dad. Luffy bounded toward them, his straw hat bouncing against his back, his face split by his characteristic grin. Behind him came his crew, the Nakama who had followed him to Laugh Tail and back, who had stood with him through the transformation of the world. You're late, Garp grumbled without heat. Had to make a stop, Luffy explained, still grinning. Picked up a passenger. From behind the Straw Hat crew emerged a figure that made both Garp and Dragon stare in surprise, Portgas D. Ace, very much alive despite reports of his death in a marine confrontation years earlier. Surprise, Ace said simply, a smile much like Roger's playing across his features. The reunion that followed was emotional in ways none of these strong men would have admitted beforehand, Garp embracing both his grandsons, by blood and by choice, Dragon finally meeting the son of his captain's greatest rival, Luffy beaming with joy at having his brother back. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across Dawn Island, they gathered around a fire on the beach, the Straw Hat crew, the revolutionary leader, the former marine hero, and the son of the Pirate King. An unlikely assembly that represented the new balance taking shape across the world. So what happens now? Nami asked, voicing the question on many minds. With the ancient weapons revealed, with the world government transformed. Now we build something better, Robin answered. Using the knowledge from the Void Century not as a weapon but as a guide. And the Grand Line? Ace inquired. The New World. All those territories are in flux. Luffy laughed, stretching contentedly. Adventure happens. Isn't that the best part? His simple answer drew smiles from everyone present. In the end, that had been Roger's gift to the world, not just the truth he'd revealed, but the spirit of adventure he'd embodied. The courage to sail into the unknown, to challenge the seemingly unchangeable, to refuse surrender even when the odds seemed insurmountable. As night fell completely, stars appearing in profusion above the island, Garp raised a cup in toast. To Roger, he said gruffly. The man who never surrendered. To Rouge, Ace added quietly. Who gave everything for freedom. To Inherited Will, Dragon continued. The dreams of those who came before. And to tomorrow's adventure. Luffy finished enthusiastically. Whatever it brings. They drank together under the stars, these shapers of history, these carriers of dreams. The world they inhabited had been transformed twice in a single lifetime, first by Roger's defiant broadcast, then by the culmination of the forces he had set in motion. What came next would be their story to write, a new chapter in a world where truth had finally overcome secrecy, where the sins of the Void Century had been acknowledged and addressed, where freedom was no longer merely a pirate's dream but a universal aspiration. In the distance, beyond the horizon where sky met sea, perhaps the spirit of Gold, Roger watched with satisfaction. The man who had conquered the Grand Line, discovered the world's greatest secrets, and chosen revolution over surrender had changed everything, not through force, but through the power of truth and the courage to share it. His legacy lived on not just in his son, but in every person who dared to question authority, who sought adventure beyond safe harbors, who believed in the possibility of a better world. The Pirate King had never surrendered. And because of that choice, made 20 years ago as death approached, the dawn of a truly new era had finally arrived. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.